बिस्मिल्लाह भाई।
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah wa salatu wa salamu ala rasulillah ma ba'd. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ma kana Muhammadun aba ahadin min rijalikum walakin Rasulullah wa khataman nabiyyin. Wa qala Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam la nabiyya ba'di. Respected brothers and sisters, dear friends, all the Ahmadi audience and viewers, you are most welcome to another stream, another dynamic stream, even more dynamic today because we have a special guest with us, who is Declan Henry, an author, a journalist, a researcher who has researched the Ahmadiyya movement. He has even authored a book on the Lahori Ahmadiyya element, and he's a well-known author, well-known researcher. He has been interviewing uh, both parties lately. He interviewed one of the Ahmadi Murabbis not long ago, uh, and he interviewed myself and Brother Imtiaz and also other Muslim researchers and scholars. So Declan is a very important participant in this discussion and debate because he has lately acquired a sense of awareness as to the views on both sides. Okay, he is more aware now of the views we hold on the Ahmadiyya movement and the views Ahmadiyya movement holds on itself, because he has uh, held extensive interviews on these issues. So he's joining us today. We would like to thank Declan for joining us. And before I move on to Brother Imtiaz for his presentation, we would like to hear some words from Declan as to the nature of his participation. Declan, over to you. Most welcome, Declan. You are muted. Declan, you're muted.
Am I
You're
still muted?
Yes, yes. You now we can hear you. No, actually you are muted. Declan, you are muted.
Keep going on.
Okay, now yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Well, hello,
Yes.
hello to
Yes.
you both. Sorry about that.
Yes.
No, it's great to be here. Thank you so much, both of you, for inviting me. I've been away for a couple of weeks, so I've been kind of. It's good to be back, and it's good to kind of pick up the thread for the last month or so. And as you said, I have been listening to both sides of the debate, and hopefully, after we've heard from Muhammad, I'll be able to make some suggestions about how we bring this forward, because in many ways we seem to have come to a standstill with the Ahmadiyya community. There seems to be silence in recent times, or there seems to be a reluctance to actually answer directly some of the main points that you raised in your podcast and in the podcast with Muhammad. And we seem to be, in so many ways, we seem to keep going around and round in circles. And I just think that we just need to find a way out of this stalemate to move this forward, because I think, there's no malice in anybody's heart here. We're just really, really trying to get to the truth. And I've said that all along. You mentioned the Lahori book that I wrote, and in the conclusion to that, it was, I suggested dialogue and translation, because there's still so much confusion about the translation of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad's books into English, and in Urdu, the meanings of different words and so on and so forth. And obviously, you've raised to me, huge shocking details about the foul and abusive language. And I think that I just really need firmly to get to the bottom of this. Did he say these certain things or didn't he? And I just what I'm going to do today is try and move this debate along, because I just really think the time has come now for answers.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Declan, for your participation and your interest in this debate and dialogue. And I am very, very sure that you will bring value to the discussion. You have already brought a lot of value. You have done the right thing impartially. You have interviewed the Ahmadiyya representatives, and you have also interviewed Muslim representatives in this debate, and we really appreciate your efforts. We what we have known so far, you being as impartial as one could be, and this is the way to go forward. Where one has to be objective in these dialogues and discussions, and the only way to reach proper objectivity is to have a dialogue, have an open discussion, and this is what we invite. We encourage debate, we encourage dialogue in a civil manner, without abuse, without any slurs or insults thrown at each other. And this is the only way to move forward, and we can educate our people respectively. Thank you so much again, Declan. And we will proceed with the conversation. Brother Imtiaz, over to you. Please do introduce the topic, and then we will open the floor in due course. There you go. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ustadna Nasheed, and Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh to everyone, and special welcome and greetings to our beloved guest Declan Henry. Declan, welcome to the stream. It's first time that we are sharing the platform online, and it's indeed a pleasure for us. And I'm sure that our viewers will be looking forward to hear from you today as well. And as Adnan Rashid Bhai said, inshallah, we will straight away go into our topic. And as we have already announced, the topic is that what is the narrative of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani, who is the founder of Ahmadiyya movement? What is his narrative on Maryam Salamun Alayha, peace be upon her? Now, when I'm saying what is his narrative, one thing I want to say right from the beginning, they are, you can say that there are three nations which are somehow linked or entrusted in this incredible human being, i.e., Sayyida Maryam Salamun Alayha. One are the Jews, Christians, and then Muslims. And obviously, when it comes to Christians, they have their own view, their own narrative regarding Maryam alayhi salam. Then obviously Muslims have their narrative which is based on Quran and prophetic tradition of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. And then obviously the Jews have their narrative as well. So what I'm going to say right in the beginning, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani, he, in black and white, he rejected the Christian narrative. He said that they have not done sincere and honest investigation. And then he rejected the narrative of Islam, which he was claiming to be part of. He rejected that narrative as well, and he took the Jewish sources, the unknown Jewish sources, which are not even the biblical Jewish sources, no, the unknown Jewish sources, and he has not declared those sources. On the basis of that, he gave a third narrative, and this narrative is what we are going to present today, i.e., the narrative of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, which is primarily based on unknown, the keyword is unknown Jewish sources. Now, inshallah, let me present to you what I am saying right now. It will become more clear to you once, inshallah, I'll go through inshallah, I'll go through it very quickly, because we want to make it more, inshallah, dynamic and more based on a conversation between us and between the people who are watching us, inshallah. So I'm not going to go into a lot of details, but however, I'll give you the full narrative, number one, and I'll give you the reference for everything I'm saying. And inshallah, if anybody comes and they challenge any of that, we are more than happy to present them the full evidence from the books of Ahmadiyya Jamaat. Okay, let's begin, inshallah. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. So, Ahmadiyya narrative on Maryam alayhi salam. First and foremost, it is based on extra biblical, unknown Jewish literature. Every single term I'm using is very carefully drafted. And then, what is the source? Why I'm saying this, anybody can check. Number one, Malfuzat. Now, what is Malfuzat? Malfuzat is when Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, when he used to say things orally, in his gatherings. All of those things have been documented now. So this compilation is called Malfuzat, i.e., documented oral sayings of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani. So in this Malfuzat, latest edition, second volume, page number 503. I would request to the moderator, can you please fix the screen, because I think the presentation is not on the full screen. Brother Umar or Brother Ahmad, can you please fix that one for us? Thank
It's
you very
on
much.
the full screen.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. So anybody, so when I said that it is based on extra biblical unknown Jewish literature, the reference is Malfuzat, volume 2, page 503, and Al Hakam, which is the official newspaper of Jamaat Ahmadiyya, 24th of July 1902, page number 16. On this page, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani has clearly stated that he has investigated the entire issue regarding Maryam alayhi salam, and he is more convinced with the unknown Jewish sources. Now, what are the main features of this narrative? Number one, the good news or the glad tidings of the birth of Isa alayhi salam, i.e., Prophet Jesus, is given to Mary in a dream or in a kashf. Now, for sake of a viewer, what is kashf? Kashf is basically when you see a vision, you are neither sleeping nor awake. It is a mixed state of sleep and being awake. It's called in Islamic tradition kashf. So Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, first of all, he is denying that it was an actual event, that an act in that in reality angel Gabriel came to Maryam alayhi salam and gave her this good news of the birth of Isa alayhi salam. Rather, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is saying that it was a dream or a kashf. Now, what is the source of this? We don't know. Point number two, Mary or Maryam alayhi salam, she hid this news or this dream or this kashf. It is stated in Ruhani Khazain, volume number 19, page 381, and also in Malfuzat, i.e., the documented sayings of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, volume 2, page 504. So, the second piece of information is Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is telling us once Maryam alayhi salam received this news, she did not share with anyone. She hid the news, and this hiding of the news is very important. Why? Look at point number 3. And by the way, as you can see on the screen, I don't need to basically, I want to save the time. For every point, reference is given as well. Number one, you can verify that. And number two, if somebody challenges us, we can present and we can open up the books of the Jamaat and we can show you this reference as well. So point number 3 of the narrative is that Maryam alayhi salam, when she hid the dream, this was something blameworthy on the part of Maryam. Point number 4, this hiding of the dream, it gave opportunity who? To the opponents of this blessed family. Now, apparently, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is pitching here that Jew, what he's the mistake he's making here at this stage. There's no such thing as Jews and Christians because Jesus is not born yet. There's no Messiah on the scene. So, but obviously, when Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, when he was making things up, he forgot at that time, and he's saying that when Maryam hid the dream, this gave an opportunity to the opponents to raise fingers at her. Point number 5. And by the way, you can see the reference underneath every point. Okay. So point number 4. It is this hiding of the dream. Sorry, point number 4 again. It is this hiding of the dream which gave opportunity to people to raise fingers at Maryam. Point number 5. Maryam's pregnancy made the elders doubt the chastity of Maryam. This is very important. Please pay attention. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is saying that the pregnancy of Maryam, this was something dubious, this was something doubtful. For who? For the elders of Maryam herself. Don't miss the point. For the elders of Maryam herself, they started to doubt the chastity of Maryam or Mary. And the reference for this one is Ruhani Khazain. And what is Ruhani Khazain? As you all know, I'm just saying for the sake of Henry, Dr. Henry, that Ruhani Khazain is the compilation of the writings of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani. So in this compilation, volume 19, page number 18, also volume 20, page 356, also the documented sayings of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, i.e. Malfuzat, volume 2, page 2, page 322 and page 504. This is where you can see that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is telling us that the elders of Maryam, they doubted her chastity. Number 6, Maryam's elders, they are desperate to cover up this matter that Maryam is pregnant. This point number 6 is also very, very important. And the reference is same Al-Hakam newspaper in which Mirza Ghulam Qadiani has given the entire statement. Also, you can find this one in Malfuzat, i.e. the documented sayings of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, volume 2, page 322 and page 504. Number 7, it is this hiding mission which is the sole reason for this marriage to take place between Maryam and Joseph the carpenter. I am trying to highlight this thing that every word is drafted very carefully. Let me say again, according to Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, hiding mission of the family. What they want to hide? They want to hide the pregnancy of Maryam. And this becomes the sole reason that this marriage took place between Joseph, the carpenter, and Maryam. Now, why I'm saying this? Because this is where Mirza Ghulam Qadiani clearly states, he says that Christians are mistaken, they are dishonest, they have not done the proper research. When Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is saying that when Christians are stating that this was just a routine marriage, he said that they are mistaken, they are dishonest, they have not done the proper research. He said it was not a ordinary marriage, it was not something happening in the routine. No, he said it was a hiding mission. The elders wanted to hide the pregnancy of Maryam. Point number 8. Now, when elders are desperate to hide this pregnancy, it caused them to commit 3 crimes or 3 sins. Number 1, Maryam or Mary was not supposed to marry. And Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is accepting here the Islamic narrative that Maryam was dedicated to the temple by her parent, by her mother especially. And she was not a lady who was going to marry, as we still have this tradition in the Catholics. Okay. Now, secondly, he said the second crime which was committed by the elders in the process of hiding the pregnancy. The second crime was it was against the law of Moses. Why? Because Maryam was pregnant. And Mirza Ghulam Qadiani says that in the Jewish law, i.e., the law of God in the time of Maryam, it was the Mosaic law, and under this law it was forbidden. A woman cannot marry during pregnancy, but Maryam did. And number 3 is very important. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is telling us that Joseph was already a married person with wife and children. And according to Mirza Ghulam Qadiani's statement, he says that because in the Christian tradition it is forbidden to have a second wife, and because in this case Joseph was going to have a second wife, so it was a sin. So these are the 3 things Mirza Ghulam Qadiani has considered and pointed out, that these 3 sins were committed by the elders of Maryam. And look at this one. He said they committed these crimes knowingly. Knowingly, they knew that all of this is a sin, and it goes against the law of God, but they still did this. Why? Because they wanted to hide the pregnancy. They were so desperate. The reference is Ruhani Khazain, volume 20, page 356. Same Al Hakam newspaper of 1902 July, page number 16. Malfuzat, volume 2, page 322, page 504. Also Malfuzat, volume 4, page 100. If you go there, and we have all of them ready as well, by the way. Okay. Point number 9 of the narrative is that this situation force the elders to commit something which was illegitimate. In Islam, it was haram. It was illegal. According to the law of God, it was not legal, it was not permissible, it was not legitimate, but they still end up doing this. Why? According to Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, family did not have any other option. You may be thinking, why? Mirza says that this young lady has become pregnant and family is doubting her pregnancy, and they do not know that how to face the community. So in order to save, quote unquote, the dignity of the family, they were forced to commit this something which was illegitimate according to the law of God. Okay. Point number 10. Joseph was convinced to marry Maryam against his will, according to Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, because Joseph was already married, number one. Number two, he was an old man. And number three, he was not a rich person. So he was not willing for this marriage, but the elders, they forced him to marry Maryam against his will. Okay. Point number 11. This marriage took place. Now there are different statements. In one of them, Mirza says that this marriage took place when Maryam was 6 to 7 months pregnant, and sometime he says when she was 5 months pregnant. But in either case, she was few months into her pregnancy. Volume number 20 of Ruhani Khazain, page number 355. You can see this reference. Point number 12. The birth of Jesus, it took place few months after the marriage took place. Now please pay attention. As Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is telling us that Maryam was already pregnant, 5 to 7 months pregnant when the marriage took place. Now you can all imagine, if a woman just 2 to 3 months of after marriage, if she's gonna give birth to a child, people will still doubt, right? So Mirza Ghulam Qadiani's son, Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmud, who was the second caliph of the Ahmadiyya movement for almost half a century, number one. Number two, the only person Mirza Ghulam Qadiani has prophesied after him as divinely appointed figure or as a God-given figure. This is the second caliph, i.e. son of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, and the son of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani has written a commentary on Quran. They call it Tafsir Kabir. In this Tafsir Kabir, when the son of Mirza, when he is doing his commentary on the chapter of Maryam or the chapter of Mary, in volume number 7 of the PDF copy available on their own website, in volume 7, page number 223 and 224. On these pages, he is telling us that people still have good reasons to doubt that if child is legitimate or not. And this leads to point number 13. To cover up this whole thing, i.e., because the child is going to be born just after few months of marriage. In order to cover up this thing, this family, they left their hometown and they stayed in hiding for a long period of time. Jesus was born during this hiding. And look at point number 14. He says that they stayed in hiding for many, many years. Now, he tells us two things. He says they might have come once when Jesus was grown up. You can say he was something around 9 years old. And afterward, they again left the hometown, and then they came back to their hometown when Jesus was 30 plus. Don't forget, when Jesus was 30 plus, up until that time, they remain in hiding. Why? According to Mirza Ghulam Qadiani's son, because people were having doubts about the legitimacy of this child. Why? Because child was born within couple of months of pregnancy. So they wanted people to forget about the whole matter. For this reason, they remain in hiding up until Jesus was close to 30 years old. Point number 15. Through this marriage, i.e., the marriage between Joseph and Maryam, the entire matter of pregnancy and the birth of Jesus, it was covered up. How so? I mean, you can all understand that when Maryam was given into marriage to Joseph, obviously, if a lady is having a husband and then she give birth to a child, people do not have any reason to say that, how did you get this child? Okay, so the son of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is telling us that the whole thing was covered up and it became a secret. Pay attention, it became a secret almost for 30 years. The entire matter became a secret. And by the way, all of this you can see in volume 7 of the commentary Tafsir Kabir, and from page number 232 all the way till page number 245. And this entire chunk is going to tell you all of this, which I'm quoting to you. Okay, now this entire time this thing was a secret. Now point number 18. Point number 18, very important. When Mary returns to her hometown, and at that time Jesus is above 30 years old, and this is when people came to know about this thing. At this time, everybody pay attention, this is the time when this secret became open and public, and this is the time when people still started to ask questions that, hey Mary, what about that child? And because Jesus was a grown up man at that time, this is the time when he testified to the chastity and purity of his mother. When he was 30 plus. When he was 30 plus. Okay, now point number 20. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani's son, he says that it is a lie, it is a fabrication. Why? He says that in Islam, according to Quran, Muslims believe that when Maryam gave birth to Jesus, God miraculously make Jesus to speak from the cradle and to testify the purity of his mother. Regarding this point, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani's son says it is a fabrication and it is a heinous lie. There is no such thing that Jesus spoke as an infant from the cradle to verify or to testify the purity of his mother. Now, this is, you can say, one part of the narrative, because look, there are different angles of the whole narrative. For example, one angle is how Mirza Ghulam Qadiani sees the birth of Jesus. What is the nature of miraculous birth of Jesus? I have not discussed that so far. I have only addressed one part of the narrative. And what is that? That what Mirza Ghulam Qadiani think of Maryam alayhi salam. And inshallah, in few minutes, I will show to you some of the passages from the writings of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani and from the writings of his son Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmud from his commentary on the Quran, in which you can see that when they are addressing Maryam, look at their language. You know how sarcastic they are. They are pretty much mocking and ridiculing this blessed women, i.e. Maryam alayhi salam. Inshallah, with this, because I have ended first part of this thing, and that was what is Mirza Ghulam Qadiani's narrative regarding Maryam alayhi salam. So inshallah, I'll stop here, and I would love to include my brother Adnan Rashid and our guest Declan into the discussion.
Adnan, you go first.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm not surprised at all. I've heard this evidence time and time again, and it's it's absolutely shocking and disgusting to hear words and ideas like this about a noble personality like Mary, who is beloved to more than 4 billion people on the planet. You see, what the Ahmadi Jamaat needs to realize is that this content, this substance is very, very offensive to the majority population of the world. That includes the Christians, Protestants, and Catholics put together, and the Muslims. Collectively, more than 4 billion people on the planet who hold Mary very close to their heart. They believe in the miraculous birth. They believe in the nobility of Mary as one of the greatest women ever to walk the planet Earth. She was a chosen one of God, as the Quran clearly states. The Quran categorically states that Mary was chosen above all women in humanity. And she is one of the 4 women who will be the leaders of women of paradise. She will be one of the 4. Basically, Mary being one of them, and Asiya, the wife of Pharaoh, who was a believer, and Khadija and Fatima radiallahu anhuma. So this narrative is very, very shocking and offensive, to say the least. The problem was that the Ahmadiyya community hid this narrative from their own masses quite successfully for the last 100 years. Our scholars, Muslim scholars, have written books on this narrative. They published books and research papers on this narrative extensively, but the Ahmadiyya community managed to basically convince their own masses to not touch those books or those research papers, because they accuse Muslim scholars of being biased and hateful and being bigoted. All these things is part of the propaganda. It's part of the upbringing. It's part of the conditioning of the Ahmadiyya children. When they are growing up, they are conditioned to not pay attention to any criticism towards the Jamaat or the Jamaat literature. This is the conditioning that takes place, right? And in particular, Muslim scholars, they are called derogatory names like mullah, okay, Molvi, liars, and corrupt priests, and things like that. These are the kind of things the Ahmadiyya community brainwashes their kids with. And that's why this narrative is not known to them. But it is now time. We are in the age of social media where everyone can uh, do their own research and see the evidence for themselves. This is the first time many of these people are being exposed to this narrative, unless they can correct us, unless they can come and tell us, oh no, we knew this all our lives, we just ignored it. How can you possibly ignore something like this against one of the greatest people to walk the planet? The Quran defends her in an entire chapter. There is an entire chapter in her name in the Quran, chapter 19. So it's shocking, it's very disturbing, but it's an exercise, unpleasant exercise that we have to do time and time again to wake them up to the absurd reality of Ahmadiyya literature, in particular writings of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani and Bashiruddin Mahmud, the second caliph, or his son who became the caliph. Uh, and hopefully many eyes will be opened. Over to you, Declan, your thoughts, please.
Yeah. Again, I echo that, Mohammed. Congratulations on your research. That is just so meticulous, so well prepared. And again, you reference everything. But it's easy for me to say that this is a despicable fairy tale, because if what you said is true, and I've no reason to disbelieve you based on the evidence that you've given and how well you've referenced it, I also want the counter narrative, because I know that you've invited members of the Ahmadiyya community. You've announced this live stream tonight, and I just hope that they respond, because they have to come to the debating table. We need, I need, as a researcher, I want to know what's the counter narrative. How are they going to respond to this? What's their explanation? Because you have meticulously referenced it. So what is the counter narrative? That they have to come back with a counter narrative. It's no good coming back as they've done several times with our previous podcasts and say that's just all lies, 100% lies, 95% lies, 90% lies. Please, if you're watching this from the Ahmadiyya community, I need, and I'm sure you need, a counter narrative. Because, yeah, again, of course, it's highly offensive. I've never heard this type of stuff before. As I said, is it just another despicable fairy tale? I remember I was in Paris 4 years ago, and I wrote an article about Mary because it was in the Louvre, and there's so many paintings of Mary in the Louvre. I think I took photographs of about 80 paintings, and I wrote an article about Mary. And again, I referenced, how she's loved all over the world by Christians and Muslims alike. And I did reference the Quran and that, because Mary she's the only one that's named by name, the only woman that's actually in the Quran, if I'm correct, and she's actually named in the Quran. Am I correct in that? I think I am. I'll have to dig this article out. It's been a couple
Yeah,
of years ago.
he's the only named
Yeah,
person in the
yeah,
Quran as
yeah,
a woman.
yeah.
There are other women mentioned, but their names are not there.
So again, excellently referenced, Muhammad, but we need a counter narrative. And I suppose moving forward, if I think we also need to consult with Christian theologians about this, because it's no good coming back and saying, well, I don't know why they're so shocked that Ahmadiyas have done this in the past. They've said, well, that's in the Bible. If it's in the Bible, well, then you must reference it, and we must speak to Christian theologians and bring them on a live stream and move this debate on, because it's becoming a little bit tiresome without a counter narrative. That's it for now.
Declan, thank you very much for your input. And let me just point out, actually, this is exactly what we are trying to say. That look, if you as Ahmadi, apologist or clerics, if you think and believe and you are confident that we are misrepresenting, misstating, or just making things up, you need to come here and you need to present your evidence. Now, Declan, in your presence, let me give you one example of what I will call as hole in the narrative. And obviously, I would say, Declan, that if we can point out one thing and we can establish that the Mirza Ghulam Qadiani's narrative has holes in it. it
Yeah.
it is not, you can say it's not, it's basically irreconcilable. And I give example of that, Declan, and I let you decide that when I'm saying that this is one of many holes in the narrative which shows that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, unfortunately, he was lying. And let me share my screen and let me just show at least one such example. And I have many, by the way, but we are waiting for them to come so we can present this information and they can comment on that. Just let me just share my screen so I can show the reference for that one as well. Just 1 second. Adnan bhai, you can share talk in the meantime. Adnan bhai, you are more than welcome when I'm sharing my screen.
Yes, go ahead, inshallah. And as Declan highlighted, that perhaps we need to get Christian theologians involved and have their opinions as well on this. What do they think of such language
Exactly.
being used by Mirza Ghulam? Okay, what do they think? This is because they also love Mary and have beliefs about Mary. Okay, but how about this narrative, which is completely unprecedented, not found anywhere else? For example, when they said that Mary was some sort of hermaphrodite, she had some hermaphrodite characteristics, which is highly offensive. Uh, because, as far as we know, she was a lady, she was a woman, right? And she didn't have such characteristics. So these are the things that we need to question. And there is a reason why the Ahmadiyya Jamaat is completely absent or silent or muted, completely muted, and they don't want to indulge in this discussion because they don't know how to defend that narrative. They simply don't know how to do it. And Declan rightly pointed out, what is your response?
Yeah,
We are interested.
yeah,
Here we have the narrative. We have put the narrative out. It is very clear. It is very explicit. It is very disturbing. What is your response? How would you reconcile this narrative with what is in the Quran and in the Bible? How would you reconcile it? This is not even Ilzami Jawab. This is not accusative answer. This is a new narrative on Mary. It's a completely new narrative on Mary. How do you reconcile it with the reality as we know it?
And I know that I know, Mohammed, you've got to finish your presentation, but I suppose what I'm looking for is here: what was the motive of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad in targeting Mary like this? What was the motive? Maybe
this is,
that'll be explained in a little while.
yes, yes, I will definitely come to that, and because it is indeed a very good question, that at the least he was claiming to be a Muslim, and then why he was saying all of these nasty things. So inshallah I'll come to that, Declan. And now I give you one evidence, Declan, and I want you to be, completely impartial, Declan, and I let you tell us that is it good evidence or not, that this narrative was a made up narrative, and when he was making things up, he mixed up. Now, example is following. Declan, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, within his writing, he has given us two versions of this marriage. Now, version number one is, he says that it was a routine engagement between Joseph and Mary. They were hanging around, they were moving around together, and then eventually, when Maryam or Mary was 5 months pregnant, at this time she moved into the house of Joseph. Now, basic what I'm trying to say is, in this first narrative, please note the following things. Number one, before Mary moves to the house of Joseph, she was already engaged. Joseph was the fiance of Maryam. Number one. Number two, in this first narrative, Joseph is not a married person. He's not an old guy. He does not have any children. These are the three main attributes of this, which I will call narrative A. Let me repeat again. Number one, in this first narrative, Joseph is already the fiance of Maryam. They are hanging around, moving around together. Nauzubillah, I'm feeling pain when I'm saying this, but I have to quote all of this, stuff from his writings. Now, and secondly, there is no such thing that Joseph is married. And thirdly, there's no such thing that they have children, etc. Or he needs to be forced against his will. Now, in narrative B, there is no such thing as engagement between Joseph and Mary. Number one, it is just, you can say, they were forced into this, i.e., when the elders, when they discovered that Maryam was mysteriously pregnant, and now they were worried regarding the quote unquote dignity of the family. They wanted to save the dignity of the family. So for this reason they went out. They started to search for someone who could marry Maryam. At that time, they find an old guy, Joseph the carpenter, who was already married, living with his wife and children. Therefore, he was refusing to marry Maryam. Now, please pay attention. In narrative A and narrative B, how would you reconcile? Because in narrative A, he is already the fiance. They are already hanging around, moving around together. In narrative B, he said, no, I don't want to marry this woman. I'm already a married person with children. So now, where's the evidence for narrative A? Look at this one. volume number 14 of the compilation of writings of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, i.e. Ruhani Khazain, volume 14, page number 300. Okay, this is where Mirza Ghulam Qadiani has given us narrative A, i.e. the narrative in which Joseph is a young man, he's a fiancé, he has no marriage, no children. Now, narrative B is given in this one, which is the Al Hakam, the official newspaper of the Jamaat, which they have never ever disowned, by the way, and it is 1902, 24th of July, page number 16. This is where you see the narrative B. Now, my question is very simple. Come and reconcile between narrative A and narrative B. And if you cannot, what is the conclusion? Over to you, Declan.
Oh, well, that's a difficult one, Mohammed, isn't it? I have absolutely no idea what's the response to that. I
But do
mean,
you think, but do you see,
oh,
Declan, there's a clear contradiction between two narratives?
oh, absolutely. Yeah,
And
there's a
I would,
huge
I would
contradiction there, isn't there? The two of them don't tally up.
no, not at all, not at all. Because for example, I give one, for example, just as a one point in narrative B, when elders are forcing Joseph to marry
Hmm.
with Maryam, he said, "No, I can't." But in narrative A, he's already a fiancé. There's no point of forcing.
Yes, and as you said, they're saying that he was already married with children. Yeah, this
Yes.
just you could drive a JCB through. Yeah, it just doesn't make sense, does it?
No,
It's just
not at all.
nonsensical.
And Declan, this is the reason, instead of them being here and presenting their narrative and trying, or at least do some attempt to reconcile between these two, instead of doing that, they would say Imtiaz is lying, Adnan is lying, and guess what, Declan, about you, now they are saying on their platform, oh, they are only using Declan, to fabricate their lies.
Declan has been interrupted by us.
Oh dear. Yeah,
They,
well,
they, they are
that's it.
even they are even suggesting that we are paying you, Declan. Are we
Oh,
paying you?
really? God Almighty! I wish you were, Adnan. I could do with a little money in my bank account. Yeah,
Yeah. We,
absolutely not. And I think we covered that. We covered that on our podcast. You both said you're not being paid, and I am definitely 100% not being paid by anybody. Why would
no,
I be paid? That would take the integrity out of all of this.
yes, and
There would be no integrity left.
we can say this on oath as well that we are not being paid for.
Absolutely not. Yeah, and I will swear on oath.
Yeah, yeah,
Absolutely not.
yeah. So
Um,
and ironically, Declan, the only people who are being paid are the Murabbis.
mm,
They are the one you interviewed,
mm.
Asif Basit. These are the people who are being paid by the Jamaat with full time wages with extra perks to be in that position, you know. And people like Raziullah and others, they are hired official murabbis of their Jamaat and the people we've been engaging with. They have an audacity to even say that about us. I mean, look, if they were the ones who were completely volunteering to do this work, it would be a different thing. But they're not, so they don't have the right to criticize anyone else
But
on this issue.
but Adnan, when our dear friend Razi, he'll do a response video to this, won't he?
He
They
will.
won't come. They won't come to the debating table, or so far they haven't come to the debating table, and they're reluctant. Well, when I
Because
say they haven't come in recent months. So he'll do this response video. I mean, why can't he? In his podcast, in his response podcast, answer Muhammad and what Muhammad is presentation and go through it bit by bit, just the same way as Muhammad has done. Answer each point.
yeah, and come and expose us if we are lying, if we are misrepresenting your views, and we are not just nobodies. We are well recognized within our communities. So you can't just turn around and say that these guys are nobodies. We don't need to entertain them. Actually, have collectively put together, we have more following than they have as individuals, right? So they're not actually doing us any favors. They are actually, if anything, we are giving them a platform bigger than theirs to come and engage with people, to tell them about their religion. but they are repeatedly ignoring our calls, and they will make response videos not actually answering the questions. They will waffle, they will dance around the question, they will quote irrelevant stuff, they will even spin evidence, but they will not address our direct questions. Very straightforward, simple questions. They won't address them. Okay, I watched Razi's response to our podcast, right? Uh, and I was not surprised at all that he actually deliberately misrepresents our questions and gives irrelevant answers. So there are two things. One is the misrepresentation of the question. What question are we actually asking? Number one. Number two, the answer, because the question has been misrepresented, it has been misapplied or misunderstood deliberately, the answer will not be the same answer we're looking for. It'll be something else. So this
Yeah,
game
yeah.
they yeah, they will deliberately ignore the question, the real question, the the pressing question, and they will misrepresent even your question and give a completely irrelevant answer to and then they will go and do celebrations. We have responded. We have responded. We have responded. And this is the game they've been playing. Every time we pose a question, they say, "Oh, it has been responded for the last 100 years." No, it hasn't been responded. If it was responded to, we wouldn't be raising the same question again and again. Why would we ask the same question again and again when we have received a proper response to a question?
Do you think that they're completely ill prepared for this? Because, up until a year ago, until you both started doing the podcasts, I mean, they hadn't really been challenged up until that stage. For as long as I've known Ahmadiyya Muslims for the last 7 or 8 years, I mean, they've always been ostracized, they've always been rejected by mainstream Muslims. But one of the complaints they always had that you guys, mainstream Muslims, wouldn't enter any type of discussion or basically ignore them. And here, last year, both of you came forward and you want these discussions. And as you said in your introduction, you're both very polite men. You're not confrontational. You're not rude. There's no foul language. You are both highly intelligent, articulate scholars. What's the problem?
The problem is, Declan, this is a lie. This has been a lie. They've told a lie for a very long time that we don't want to engage. We do want to engage. In the past, they were able to ignore because there was no social media, right? They were simply able to ignore our scholars, their books, their requests for dialogues and discussions. Like Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani himself made multiple excuses for not engaging with multiple scholars of Islam, including Muhammad Hussain Batalawi. He challenged him to have dialogues and discussions. He repeatedly made excuses when Pir Meher Ali Shah, one of the greatest mystics in the Indian subcontinent, he challenged him to a public debate in Lahore. Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani made excuses to not turn up. When Sanaullah Amritsari turned up in Qadian to debate him, he refused to debate him. He refused to engage with him. There are so many examples where Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani, basically like a coward, completely ignored an open invitation to a dialogue, to a debate. And there was no hostility expected. He was just making excuses. Just like that, the Jamaat had been ignoring calls to debate and dialogue, just like that, just like they are doing today. Now they have been exposed. The only difference now is, Declan, that everyone knows who is actually running from the debate, from the dialogue. It is not us. We have
Well,
accepted
yeah.
all the terms, all the requests. We have gone on their own channels. We've
Mm,
gone to
mm,
YouTube channels. We've gone to their live television shows. We've gone to their. We've even requested open up your place of worship in London, Baitul Futuh, the headquarters. We will come there in your vicinity, in your protection, in your
mm,
security. Come to
mm.
you, discuss things with you. But none of this is. It's all falling in deaf ears. It's all
But
falling.
but in the beginning, I mean, going back to the early days when you I think when you went to Canada to interview Razi, I mean, in fairness to him, he put up a good defense. He was very enthusiastic. He was very passionate. What happened? I mean, as I said, we just get these response podcasts, but would he not be able to, would he not be willing to meet you again?
Declan, if you watch those discussions and read the comments, they have turned out to be disasters for them. There are
Yeah,
people putting comments saying, I left with my entire family. I'm a Muslim
yeah,
now. Okay, there
yeah,
are comments upon comments where we've lost count now. If you watch all the different parts, all the
yeah.
conversations, two major
No, no,
conversations.
no. Yeah, because
Yeah,
I was only just thinking today. Maybe up until early this year, I really thought that they were a very, very scholarly community, and I thought that to enter into debates that they would have done quite well. And as I said, Razi, he was very passionate. He put up a good defense, but then I saw some of the other debates that you did at Speaker's Corner, and yeah,
yeah. And
I'm not a theologian. I don't pretend to be a theologian, but you know, it's like it's basically if you're watching two boxers in a ring having a fight, you don't have to. It's easy to see which one will win,
rocket
and it's
science, yeah, you don't have to be rocket science.
you do
Who's
you
that?
do, you don't have to be. And I think that even when you're watching any of those, pick out any podcast. I haven't seen them all, but I've seen quite a few of them. I dip in, I dip out, and I'm not convinced by the performances, and I don't know whether it's the wrong platform or whether it's not whether they need to be chaired or facilitated better, because I'm still hoping, Adnan, that we can get something out of them, because I don't want, in fairness, I don't want to shut down this and for it to be just to become one-sided.
No,
But
no, absolutely. We agree with you on that. In that spirit, yes, absolutely. We don't want to shut the doors to dialogue and
how long can you keep the door open?
we our doors are open so long as we are alive. We myself and
Okay.
brother Imtiaz uh, are open to discussion and dialogue anytime, anywhere, with anyone, so long as the language is decent and there are basic rules and decorums, basically followed. And we will be open to dialogue and debate anywhere. And we have shown that, Declan, from
Of course you have.
uh,
Yes, you have. Both of you. Both of you have done
last
that. Yeah,
in
in
the last
abundance.
had dialogues and discussions with them in speakers corner, in mosques, through podcasts, through lives on their channels, right? We have applied every single method that one can use to have dialogues and discussions, and we are still open to dialogue and discussion. They are simply being, and what you're asking, why have they disengaged now? I suspect they have been banned by their own Jamaat leadership to disengage, basically, completely play the ignoring game which they have been playing for the last 100 years and claim that we are not debating. Basically,
Hmm.
play play the ignoring game, ignore them, and keep claiming that these guys are not debating us. They're not debating us. That's what they're doing right now. And they will keep posting response videos, response articles, response podcasts. This is what they will do, but they will not come directly to us. Now we responded
Did they not
directly
come directly to you, Adnan? Sorry to interrupt you. Did they not come directly to you and Mohammed a couple of weeks ago, 5, 6 weeks ago? Remember when Mohammed was in the UK and we did the podcast? I went home early that evening. Did they appear? They came to London after Speaker's Corner, and you had a meeting with the
to.
UK debating committee. Is that correct?
Correct, absolutely, and that
Oh,
was a very.
tell us a little bit about that and what was what did
I
you
will tell.
decide? How did
I
you
will
end the meeting?
I'll tell you my perspective, and Brother Imtiaz can talk about his perspective. We had a meeting with them first. The plan was to meet them at their headquarters, Beit al Futuh. Myself and Brother Imtiaz, we had intended to go and see them there. Then we realized that it was too late and the distance is too far. We requested that if they can come and join us in the middle, near Speaker's Corner, near Marble Arch, there are good restaurants. It's in the middle. So they
Mm,
agreed. Came. It was four of them who came, and they all said that they are official murabbis and appointees of the Jamaat. And they came. It was an amicable meeting for nearly 4 hours. We had tea, we had um, ice cream together. We had very open, amicable, friendly conversations, as if we knew each other for a very long time. We built relationships together very quickly, and we had the same sense of humor because they come from the same culture. We were cracking jokes, laughing with each other. At the same time, when it came to business, we said, guys, we know we are upon different religions. We have different understandings completely of the texts we read. Okay, we don't agree on these issues, and we made it very clear. We made our differences very clear. Even
Mm.
the acknowledgement that we are in a spiritual warfare with each other.
Mm.
Right now, we are spiritually in a war, and they agreed, yes, but that doesn't mean we can't be humans with each other. So, how do we proceed? They agreed to proceed with the dialogue, but the Imtiaz requested to put some rules down for the rules of basically the rules of engagement for the future so that we can continue the dialogue. They agreed in spirit, but for some reason, after they left, it all changed. They have completely kind of gone mute on us. There is no communication happening anymore. Brother Imtiaz, you can give your side of the perspective and your perspective basically on
Yeah,
this.
yeah, yeah. Basically, Declan, I just first want to comment on what you said earlier, that Razi is going to give this impression on his platform that as though as he has responded to our entire presentation, how he would strawman our position. He will just not be actually addressing the questions. For example, I give simple example, Declan. If Razi wants right now, for example, they are saying this, or because Adnan and Imtiaz, they are not showing respect towards the founder of our Jamaat, etc. So we cannot join their stream. No problem, Declan. Right now, I am almost certain. Obviously, I don't have knowledge of the unseen, but I am almost certain that either Razi himself or their people are watching. I give them this message that if Razi wants right now, if he sends a message that look, you end your stream and come on my platform and let's talk there, no problem. Right now, myself, Mr. Adnan Rashid, and Declan, we are all ready to come on their any of their platform and to deal with them over there. Number one. Number two, when Razi gives this monologue, he is not addressing the question. For example, I just presented one hole in the narrative. It can't be both. Either
Mm.
Joseph was a young man, unmarried, and a fiancé with Maryam, or Joseph was an elderly guy, already married, not willing to marry Maryam. It can't be both. So I would say I am really interested. If Razi wants to address, please come and address the question. So what I'm saying, Declan, is that they are always interested in their monologues in which they have prepaid script. For example, whenever something comes up which is not in their script, they have no answer. They have absolutely no answer. Right now, obviously, Declan, you are a Catholic, and in your tradition, this is part of your tradition that this marriage did take place between Maryam and Joseph. And obviously,
Mhm.
even though we disagree with that, but in your tradition, this narrative is not there that this was a forced marriage and this was an illegitimate marriage, and this was just a cover-up mission. Now look at this, Declan. I would say if any Ahmadi or Qadiani is watching right now or they will be watching in the future, I give them a simple one point to think about. Why, according to the narrative of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, why this marriage is happening? They want to give this impression that Maryam is giving birth to this child through Joseph.
Uh-huh.
Obviously, that's the whole point.
Yeah,
Now,
yeah.
Now, what was the will of God? What God wanted to establish? According to Christians and Muslims, God wanted to establish that this child is born miraculously without father. Right, Declan?
Yes.
Now, I would say, Declan, that the purpose and intention of this marriage in Mirza Ghulam Qadiani's narrative, i.e., to cover up the pregnancy, it destroys the whole purpose of God, which was to establish that child is born without father.
For me to get it correct in my understanding, he said that these were God divulged this information to him.
He said that, for example, he said, let me share my screen so I can, inshallah, give you the exact reference, by the way. So we don't want them to say afterward, oh, they just made things up. We don't want to leave any room for them. And look at this one, brother Declan. For example, this is the documented sayings of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, i.e. Malfuzat, volume number 2, latest edition, page number 505. It says the following. Mirza says that in Urdu, I read first, it says that Magar Ghor Talab Sawal ye hai. He says that the actual question to contemplate and reflect is कि इंजील नवीसों ने इस वाकया पे क्यों दयानतदारी के साथ रोशनी नहीं डाली. He said that the actual question is, why is it that the gospel writers have not reflected on the event of marriage of Maryam with honesty? And then he says, ये दयानतदारी के खिलाफ है. He says this behavior of the gospel writers, it goes against the honesty. And by the way, in this same Malfuzat, obviously this was a different topic. He said that there are many things in which Jews are right. Declan, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani said that there are many things in which Jews are right and they are upon the truth. For example, he said that Jesus used to quote many of the prophecies from the Old Testament in order to prove that he is the Messiah. Now, with regard to those, this is what Mirza Ghulam Qadiani said. He said that इंसाफ की रूह से वही हक पे हैं. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani said that if we are going to do the justice, then we have to say that Jews are upon the truth. जिन्होंने हमेशा नबियों से तालीम पाई है, because Jews have received their education or their teachings from the prophets. और इनकी बातों को तजदीद और इन बातों की तजदीद से ईमान ताज़ा किए. He says that Jews have always been reviving their belief through the teachings of the prophets, and this had been happening for 1400 years. Now, the context is Declan. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is saying that on the one hand, Jesus is claiming to be the Jewish Messiah on the basis of prophecies from the Old Testament. In response to that, Declan, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is saying that no, Jews are upon the truth because they are the custodians of the teachings of the prophet. And guess what? Then he says the following. He says that Asal Varis to Yehudi. He says that the actual inheritance, the actual inheritor of the teachings of the prophet, they are the Jews. He says that they have every right to give the right interpretation of the Jewish Bible. So what I'm trying to say, Declan, is that we are unable to understand, we cannot reconcile that why is it, why on earth Mirza Ghulam Qadiani claiming to be a Muslim and presenting a case that Jews were justified in rejecting the Messiah.
Yeah. It's just, yeah.
So
it's dumbfounding, isn't it? It's just completely dumbfounding.
It is exactly, for example, I would say, can somebody come and explain for us from Ahmadiyya side that what was the need for Mirza
What was the
Ghulam
need?
Qadiani?
What was the need? What was the motive? This all these years after the Quran was written, none of this was divulged to the Prophet Muhammad.
Yeah.
It's like the Kashmir story. Go back to the Kashmir story. It's
same thing, yes.
Yeah.
Why why was this needed? The question is, why was the Kashmir story needed, especially when it wasn't revealed to the Prophet? And amazingly, the Quran makes a categorical statement that today your religion has been perfected and God's favors upon you are complete. So that means the information that was needed for our salvation had been delivered in the Quran and we didn't need any more information. So if we don't need any more information, why the story about Kashmir, dying in Kashmir and being buried in Kashmir, and how does that even make sense?
I
That
mean,
is,
no,
yeah,
you're absolutely right. And I mean, that's what I wanted answered. And obviously, you saw in the summer they put out that video clip, inviting Sheikh Azra Rashid to debate this, to debate the death of Jesus and the ascension of Jesus and so on. And I was in contact with Azra today, and that debate still it's not in the pipeline. It's still not been
I,
arranged, and that's been 3-4 months. He's
he meant
agreed to all the conditions. He's done everything that he can do, as he was willing to do when I first tried to arrange that debate. Well, that was a year ago. I started negotiations about that a year ago, and that
I
fell
brought,
through.
yeah,
And then that video was put out in the summertime, after I did the podcast with him. He's agreed to all the conditions, and he's done a response podcast, and it has gone completely quiet. I wanted that. Because I want the counter narrative. What's the explanation to the Kashmir story?
Yeah.
Because I haven't got that. I've never got that.
yeah. And when Asrar Rashid, he mentioned to me himself that they are being uh, they are interested in a debate. I told him categorically, this is not going to happen. Watch. When it comes to the crux, when the time when the push comes to shove, it's not gonna happen. They're just gonna disappear. They're gonna ignore your messages. They're gonna make lame excuses. They're just gonna run away. They're not
Yeah, I
debate.
mean, when I was arranging it, I even offered Raheel from the debating committee, because he had been singled out, or he'd been nominated as a probable suitable candidate to debate Azra. I mean, Azra was even willing to meet him for a preliminary face-to-face meeting. I'd asked Azra, but Raheel opted out of that. I mean, we were even going to prepare the questions that I was going to chair the debate. We were even going to do the questions beforehand, so there wouldn't be any surprises. And that was scheduled to take place at the end of April, but I'm afraid that fell through. And then again in the summer, they reopened that very publicly on X, and through Ibrahim, the head of the debating committee. He did that rather lion-like challenge, and nothing has come of it.
I, I, I mean, if you give us the permission, Declan, we want to put you forward as the moderator. If they are worried about having a biased moderator or something like that, then you have no horse in the race. You are a Catholic, okay? You're neither Ahmadi nor Muslim, so we can put you forward as a moderator. You can moderate such debates and dialogues between us. We can possibly do 5 debates or 10 debates. We can choose 5 topics. They can choose 5 topics, and we can indulge in these debates. Uh,
I'm
and
more than willing to do that, but if they're doing response, and to be quite honest with you, this is for both of you. I mean, I'm not the least bit offended by what they've said about me, and they've called me a lousy researcher and so on and forth. Well, it's very hard to be a good researcher if you can't get dialogue and get a counter narrative. And God knows I have tried. I've really tried with these people. And
yeah,
I'm willing. I forget about the silly cartoon or whatever they put on X. That was actually, it was quite funny, really. But yeah, forget about that nonsense. I'm more than willing to reach out to them and to get this dialogue moving. I personally, I would like to do some more podcasts with them in a non-theological way, because I still have so many more social questions to ask them. So if they want to invite me, I'm willing to do more of them. But you're absolutely right. I'm more than willing to chair debates between you and them on subjects topics that you choose, and topics they choose, and to do it in a really fair way, or as much as I humanly possibly can,
oh, that's
and work out a format. But we need to really get moving with this. As I said, I've tried before, and it's no good. 6 months down the line, still no podcast. We're either going to work together or we're not. and we need to speed this up now because I don't think this Mohammed or Adnan, I don't think either of you are going to stop doing these podcasts. You're going to continue with or without their participation. And wouldn't it be much better with their participation? Because, I mean, what example are they showing to their community? What example are they showing to their young people by this?
Yes.
By this, just saying, oh, they're lying, and no counter narrative, nothing, no response.
And Declan, what I'm gonna do today, for example, it's highly unlikely that they have the courage either to come on this live stream and to face these questions, or as I said before, we have no problem even to come on their live stream because we have only one intention, that both communities must know that where is the truth. That's our intention. Now, today, Declan, I'm gonna add some questions in when we'll move along. So, if Razi wants to give this impression that he has responded, quote unquote, responded to our live stream, he need to address these questions directly.
Well,
Question number.
sorry, Mohammed. Razi is highly likely to be watching this. I mean, he's probably the fourth person in this conversation, but he's not on the screen. So, please ask him when you say Razi, when you're doing your response podcast to this, I would like the answer to these questions. That's the way to
Exactly.
answer, because
Exactly.
it's inevitable that he's going to do a response.
Yes. So question number one, Razi, which you need to answer: how would you reconcile the two marriage narratives of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, which I have just presented? That how would you reconcile them? You need to address this as question number one. Question number two, Razi, you need to tell us what was the motive of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani when he was presenting a case on the behalf of Jews, that and he was justifying the Jewish rejection of Jesus. I just want to know the need for that. Did you get my question, Declan?
Yes, I did. Yes.
And I just for the sake of more clarity, Declan, I show you one example that when I'm saying that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was actually presenting and building a case on behalf of Jews to justify the Jewish rejection of Jesus, I give just one or two examples. Now, look at this one, brother. On page number 289, volume number 11 of his compiled writings, i.e., Ruhani Khazain. So, volume 11, page 289.
Put that
Can you
up on
make
the
it?
put that on the full screen so that the viewers can
Yes,
read that.
yes. Brother Umar or Ahmad, can you please make it bigger? Okay, thank you very much. Now, so volume number 11, page number 289, I will read the actual text in Urdu and shall translate as well. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani says, Ye bhi yaad rahe. He says that, Declan, I really want you to look at what he's saying. I'm surprised that how somebody claiming to be a Muslim can say this. He said, Ye bhi yaad rahe. He said, remember कि आपको किसी कदर झूठ बोलने की भी आदत थी, that Jesus has a habit of lying.
Wow.
Can you imagine, Declan? He says that remember, Jesus had a habit of lying, and then he says जिन पेशेनगोइयों का अपनी जात की निस्बत तौरात में पाया जाना आपने बयान फरमाया है. He says that the prophecies which Jesus was claiming to be fulfilling about himself from the Jewish Bible, इन किताबों में इनका नाम निशान नहीं पाया जाता. Mirza says that these prophecies are not found at all in the Jewish Bible, बल्कि वो औरों के हक में थी जो आपके तवल्लुद से पहले पूरी हो गई. He says even if there were any prophecies, they were not about Jesus, they were about other people, and they have already been fulfilled before the birth of Jesus.
And God allegedly told this to Mirza Ghulam Ahmad.
Of course, you know why? You know why?
Wow.
Declan, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani said that whenever I speak, I never speak unless God gives me revelation.
Mm.
Now,
So,
I
sorry.
Declan, I literally, even though I have read these quotations many a time, but I am shocked that a Muslim is saying that keep in mind, Jesus had a habit of lying, and the prophecies he was claiming about himself from the Jewish Bible, they are not found there at all. And even the prophecies which are found there, they were about other people, and they have already been fulfilled before the birth of Jesus. Now, what does that mean?
Well, why would
And
why, sorry, go on.
And
Sorry,
I
good
just give you
question.
one example, just a same point. This is the documented sayings of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, i.e., Malfuzat, volume 2, page number 476. I just read the last bit. On this same point, he said, इंसाफ की रूह से, he says that if we want to do the justice, then the truth is with the Jews. In which case, when they were saying that Jesus is lying and there are no prophecies about him in the Jewish Bible, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani says that if we are going to do the justice, then the truth is with the Jews.
So Muhammad, tell me, I mean, why would God tell these things to Mirza Ghulam Ahmad? I mean, what would be the purpose of God telling him this? How would this benefit mankind?
I would say, brother Declan, that the very simple answer is that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was a liar. God, there's no such thing as God was speaking to him. Why? Because Declan, there has to be a consistency. For example, Declan, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he is testifying the prophethood of Isa or the prophet Jesus. Okay, this is on the one hand. On the other hand, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is presenting a case that Jesus could not have been a prophet.
Well,
So how can be same
the,
God? How can be same God revealing one thing to Prophet Muhammad and exactly the opposite to Mirza Ghulam Qadiani? Now, what is
well,
the
unless
response?
he was very insulting to God as well. He's making God out to sound very confused about all of this.
Exactly. And Declan, for example, somebody might be thinking that where is the reference that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani said that everything I say is from God. I want to give the reference as well for this one, and I will share my screen because we want them to note all of this. So this is the documented sayings of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, volume number 20, page number 79. He said, मैं अपने नफ्स से कुछ नहीं कहता. He said, I do not say anything on my own accord. मैं वही कहता हूँ जो खुदा मेरे दिल में डालता है. I only say what God puts in my heart. And he also said the following. He said, volume number 3 of his writings, page number 403. He said, मेरी जुबान की ताईद में एक और जुबान बोलती है. He says that when I am saying something, this is being testified by another tongue. और मेरे हाथ की तकवीयत के लिए एक और हाथ चलता है. He says that when I am writing, another hand is there who is strengthening my hand. जिसको दुनिया नहीं देखती मगर मैं देखता हूँ. He says world cannot see that hand and that tongue, but I am the one who can see that. मेरे अंदर एक आसमानी रूह बोलती. He says that there is a spirit from heavens that speaks from me, जो मेरे लफ्स लफ्स और हर्फ हर्फ को जिंदगी बख्शती है. He says that the spirit which is speaking within me, this spirit is giving life to every single letter and every single word which I am saying. Can you imagine this, Declan? And this is the level of claims Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is making about himself. And now this person is saying that Jesus had a habit of lying.
Yep.
And
What can you say is that mean? I just can't give you any response to that. It's just, yeah, it's
let
doesn't
me give you,
doesn't merit a response, does it?
let me give you their response. Declan, what they will do? For example, on every single thing, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani has contradictory statements. For example, they will present to us, oh, look, Mirza says in this place that I believe that Jesus was a prophet of God. I love Jesus. Jesus was a true Messiah. Declan, for example, look at this one, Declan. Let's
Mm.
suppose that if somebody comes to me and start swearing at my parents, and when I raise the objection, this person says, oh, can't you remember that on such and such day I brought a present for your father? On such and such day I invited you for the lunch. Look, it's not about that. It is about this particular event when you are insulting my parents. So what I'm trying
Yeah.
to say, Declan, is instead of addressing those passages which we are presenting, which are problematic, they don't want to address them. They want to give us other passages in which he is praising Jesus.
Yeah. Oh, and there's just so much in that, isn't there? Yeah, you just have to break that down bit by bit for them, which you have
and
done, which you've done in your presentation. And
and
if they were only to respond to a few of those points, yeah.
Declan, for example, right now, backstage, we have one of their, okay, as soon as I was saying, I think he left, because there was one guy from their side. He was backstage, but as soon as I start talking about him, he just disappeared. I don't know, maybe by mistake or whatever. Okay, he's back. He's back. Declan, look at this one. Right now, we want to give you a demonstration. Somebody has come from their side. Now, I am not going to say that he is the official, he is the murabbi, but he is definitely someone who has his own YouTube channel. He's preaching on the behalf of he's preaching the message of his Jamaat, okay? And he comes in the past as well to defend his leader, right? So I want to give you a demonstration, Declan. I will bring him on stage, and it's up to Adnan Bhai. You want to engage with Fateh Islam, or you want me to, Adnan Bhai?
I think this person we should not engage with, not because we cannot. We've shown repeatedly that he is completely useless, waste of time. He
Yeah.
doesn't give straight answers. On top of that, the greatest disappointment about him is that recently, when we were being severely abused and cursed and by Qadiani Murabbis and Muballighs, their preachers on TikTok. Maybe Declan is not aware of that.
I'm not.
We
No.
attended. I attended a live on TikTok by their own invitation. They invited me. I went there.
When was this,
And
Adnan?
this was
Last month. Last month.
Oh, last
last
month.
month. Last
Okay,
month.
since our podcast.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, TikTok. Yeah,
Yeah.
they invited me. I went there to have an amicable discussion. Immediately, one of their preachers started to curse me with the worst possible swear words in the Urdu and Punjabi language, and I obviously couldn't do that because I follow different principles. I made it very clear that you are using the language of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani, and I'm going to follow the manners of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, what he taught me. This guy Fateh Islam was in the comment section, basically celebrating the fact that I was being abused in the most severe and evil terms. So I don't know if we should. I don't think we should engage with him now. I don't think so.
First, Adnan Rashid bhai, I agree with you 100%. And obviously, because I have watched all of those clips, in which basically they are saying all of those things. But I was just thinking, if you obviously it's up to you if you want to consider that. I just wanted to give one demonstration, because we have luckily, Declan here, that we will ask him one question, we'll let him respond, and let's see that, how he deal with the question. But it's up to you if you allow
No,
me.
I, I think we'll wait for someone else, someone who's
Okay.
more decent and someone who's more worthy of our time. This guy, after that incident, when he actually messaged me, private messaged me on TikTok, and he said you deserved it. Yeah, it was good that happened to you. He was
Okay.
very
Mm.
you. He
And
was
who is he and where is he attached to?
well. He's one of their anonymous preachers. Razi knows him personally. Razi knows his name. His name is Anis, and Razi
Yeah.
knows and considers him one of his teachers. But this
Right.
person
Okay.
is a vile character, as we know, because if you were to hear those words and those abuses that were thrown at me by their preachers on TikTok, and they pretend to be the nicest people in the world. They have this slogan, "Love for all, hatred for none." But all of that
Oh,
goes out the window.
what happened to the love that day?
No, no, no
Went out
love.
the
No.
window.
Yes, absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. So I think we
And
will.
what? So his main gripe with you is that you're doing these podcasts and that you're asking difficult questions and you're
Correct.
showing proof and evidence, and you're just
Yeah.
getting too close to the bone.
On record, Declan, we have never cursed their mothers, their daughters. We have never
I'd
expressed
be
a desire.
very surprised. It certainly isn't your style, is it? Yeah,
No,
you're not that
absolutely.
type of
I choose not.
person. No,
I
no.
I choose not. I do I have the ability? Yes, absolutely. I choose not to do that kind of work because I'm seen as a preacher. People
Oh,
see
yeah.
me as a religious figure, and I cannot be behaving like that. What religion then? What
Well,
principles?
you're also a gentleman.
I hope so. I
Yeah,
hope
yeah.
so.
Well,
And
you
you know,
both are.
I
You both are.
never
You both are people of very high
I,
character.
I would never curse
Well,
someone's daughters and express a desire to rape their women. This is literally what he said. One of the preachers, he said that bring your women to us and we will show you the men we are. That's what he said.
that's
And
just absolutely
this
foul,
guy,
disgusting.
yeah, and this guy, Fateh Islam, was celebrating that. So and he has an audacity to even turn up. He has an audacity to even turn up. So let's wait for someone if they have a decent character to come
So,
forward.
Adnan, moving forward, and I know that I asked you this in one of the podcasts. I mean, you said, regarding the scholars. Again, remind me again, or remind the viewers again, who are the scholars? Obviously, we've mentioned Razi. Who apart from Razi that
I,
should?
I insist they have no scholars. Welcome, Izar Bhai, as always. So nice to see you. Uh, Brother Izhar is Declan. I don't know if you are aware of Dr. Izhar.
No, I
Dr.
don't. Hello, Azar. I've never met you. No.
Hello,
Dr.
Mr. Henry, and assalamu alaikum to all of you. And
Walaikum
it's
Salam.
always a pleasure to hear the mellifluous Emerald Island accent. Two of my very good friends who I often discuss Catholicism with, one of whom is the only Irishman I know who has taken a pledge never to drink alcohol. So I really enjoy his company. But it's a pleasure to meet Brother Declan. I will not take too much of your time, but I first encountered your interview with Mr. Bassett,
Oh yeah,
and
yeah.
I was quite interested in the way you were dealing with that. But I was born an Ahmadi, and my family was very staunch, and some members are still very staunch followers of the Jamaat. I was born in London, and there you see we were actually living in the Fazal Mosque, which is a nice piece of architecture in Southfields. So I can reassure you that what Adnan Bhai and Imtiaz Bhai are saying is correct. Um, I just wanted to say my hypothesis why Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, at times at least, was abusive towards Jesus, who for us is a prophet of Allah, is because he claimed to be the second coming of Jesus in a metaphorical way.
Mm.
And he and the Jamaat does not believe in miracles. And so I think there was a bit of envy mixed with jealousy that Jesus had performed miracles. Allah gave him the ability to perform miracles, and yet I can't do it. In fact, in his great debate that he calls the Great War, Jang-e-Azim, with Abdullah Atham, who was a Christian missionary, he was asked to perform miracles when blind and disabled people were brought before him. And of course, that was a big catch for him because, of course, he couldn't do it. The point I wanted to make was that when Ahmadis encounter people like yourself, Declan, who are non-Ahmadis, particularly those who are European, they will bend over backwards to try to give you the impression that A, they are the persecuted people. Of course, there is persecution, and we condemn persecution of any sect. We condemn the persecution of the Catholics that had been going on for centuries. We condemn the persecution of the Jews in Europe. But these persecutions aside, the whole foundation of the Jamaat is based on a false claim by this man, and the whole house of cards falls apart when you probe the Jesus in Kashmir story. Where is Jesus' church in Kashmir? If he spent so many years, they claim that he lived to the ripe old age of 120 before he passed away. And even there is a contradiction, because in three different places, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad has given three different ages at the death or at which Jesus passed away, according to the Ahmadi Jamaat. But if Jesus indeed preached in Kashmir, where is his church? Where is the evidence for that? Now, I think there's a lot of plagiarism. I don't know if you've read Jesus in India, which was a book written posthumously and claimed to be written by Mirza Ghulam Ahmad. And a large parts of it were taken from an earlier discredited person who you may be aware of, Declan, called Notovich, who was a Russian, who published the hypothesis that Jesus came to Kashmir a few years before Mirza Sahib did that.
Yes, I'm
You're aware
aware.
of that.
I'm aware of his name. That came up last year in some piece of
Yeah.
research that I was doing.
So,
Because,
and
yeah, because
again, given your background, the other reason, apart from the theological reasons that I left the Jamaat, was the servility that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad and his followers had towards the British Raj. And you, of all people, would know what the British are capable of doing when they occupy countries and have a colony. And that was what India was. And to be faithful
Adnan,
to...
you might have Adnan mentioned that in the podcast that we did.
Well,
with,
the 1857 was like the 1916 rebellion. And
Pretty
Mirza
brutal.
Sahib's family supported the British in that.
Yeah. But again, we have no counter narrative, do we? What's their counter narrative to that?
Well, the counter narrative they say is that, well, the British were benevolent towards the Muslims because they allowed us to practice our religion, which also is a lie, because there were no bans on religion. Of course, the Sikhs in some instances did prohibit the public announcement of the call to prayers, but then Mirza Sahib's family also fought with the Sikhs. The problem is that Mr. Basit has recently put out a video which was appalling. He defends the indefensible, i.e. colonial Britain. And Adnan, who's also a historian, knows and has shown very well what the British did in India, and how when the British came to India, India had the highest gross domestic product anywhere in the world. And when the British left, it had one of the lowest. And they quickly skim over things like the Jallianwala Bagh massacre, in which innocent people were gunned down by the British in Amritsar. And also, they completely ignore the 3 million who the British helped die in the Bengal famine. I'm British. I will defend Britain if Britain is attacked. But I have the right to condemn the government where it does something that's wrong. Whereas Mirza Sahib was absolutely servile and obsequious to Her Majesty at that time, Queen Victoria. And he actually wrote great tracts in praise of Queen Victoria. So it's been a pleasure meeting you through the aegis of Imtiaz and Adnan, because I'm very impressed by your mellifluous way in which you approach people. And this is how discussions should be had. And if you ever happen to visit Scotland, I would be happy to host you as my guest.
Oh, thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Thank you for your kind words.
But if you have any questions in terms of I, having been an Ahmadi for 55 odd years, left the Jamaat a few years ago, and you talk about them not answering, Razi and these people are small fry. Why don't you make an appointment with Mirza Masroor Ahmad and have an interview with him and pose these questions to him? Because at the end of the day, he is the top man. And I myself wrote a letter to him before I formally left the Jamaat, which was 2 years ago, to which I still have not had a response. It was a very polite letter with some theological and some non-theological questions about the Jamaat, and I still
Well,
haven't had a reply.
he's not very good at replying, because I remember when I was in Lahore and I met the emir there of the Lahori. Yeah, his correspondence too, I'm afraid, has mainly gone unanswered over the years.
No, but that's impolite in one sense. I mean, you can write to the king, and you will get a response.
Yeah, yes, you get a
You write
response
to the
from one of
prime
the
minister,
secretaries. Yeah,
and an
absolutely.
organization
Yeah.
that claims that one day they are going to
Yeah.
be dominant as a religion in the whole world can't even get their act together in responding to letters. And all our lives we were encouraged to write letters to Huzur, which is the accolade given to the Caliph, even if there were small matters like marriage or the name given to a child and so on. But these are petty administrative things that are characteristic of cults. But when it comes to the meat of the matter, when it comes to those questions that Imtiaz has posed, when it comes to the contradictions of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad's writings, they are on a hiding to nothing.
I mean, there's just so many questions that I have, and I really do want to meet with them again, and I do want to do more podcasts and ask. There's so many social questions, but
do you still have? Could I ask? Do you still have access to the higher echelons of the Jamaat?
Which Jamaat? The
Ahmadi, the Qadiani, the Masroor group.
Not really. I can't say that I've really had access to the higher echelons at any stage.
But you interviewed Basit, who is one of their.
I was invited by their Jamaat, and I had never met him before.
Right. The reason I was asking was
I certainly don't have any contact. I certainly don't have any contact with the Caliph's office or anyone close to the Caliph.
Yeah. So I think they keep themselves ensconced, and they themselves have imposed upon themselves an isolation and a self-ostracism to protect themselves. Mirza Masroor, to my knowledge, has not engaged in any serious theological debate with anybody. And all the audiences that he has are full of petty questions like, when will there be a third world war? I mean, anybody who is a student of current affairs, my 7-year-old grandson can say that the world is at the edge of the third world war. So that's not a great prophecy.
No, but I think, over the years, I met many Ahmadiyas, and, to begin with, and up until quite recently, I really did like them. Met many nice people, but it's only when you start asking questions, and when you come on to podcasts like this, and when you get down to serious business, it's a different story then.
You've hit it on the head, because I can assure you that Ahmadis are one of the ones I know in my family as well, and my friends are quite decent people, but they are naive. You see, the ordinary followers who are the Ahmadis is for whom Adnan and Imtiaz are doing these live streams. The hierarchy, the upper kirk of the body of the kirk, the cardinals and the Pope, to take an analogy from Catholicism, they know that they cannot answer the real questions that challenge the theology. And I have many examples of that. But as human beings, they're very nice, they're very educated people, and they are great company. And I have absolutely no qualms with them. Some of my closest relatives are Ahmadis, and we have very intellectual, peaceful discussions with them. But when I engage with Murabbis, for example, I myself, when I appeared first on this live stream, was abused by these people and called an apostate and an agnostic and whatnot. But the problem is that I've got a thick skin and it's water off a duck's back. But I would love to engage with somebody who can answer the questions that are often posed almost every week by these two, in my view, champions of Islam, Adnan Rashid, Imtiaz, and we now have Bashir, who has a fantastic repository of information about the Ahmadiyya religion, the Ahmadiyya institution, and the cult. But you're more than welcome, and it's been an absolute pleasure having a brief chat with you, Declan. And I'm pleased and grateful to Imtiaz and Adnan for allowing me to say a few words again.
Oh, that's brilliant. Nice to speak to you too.
I
Doctor,
will take your leave now. Thank you very much.
most welcome, Dr. Izar. Always pleasure listening to you and having you on our streams. Dr. Izar is very dear to us. He's a great inspiration. And keep it up, Dr. Izar. Thank you so much
Please
for
remember us and our family in your prayers. Thank you.
And I must get your email address or your WhatsApp.
Please, by all means,
Yeah.
can you share it with Declan? I'd be more than happy for that to be done. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So, Declan, there you have it. You heard from one of the veteran,
He's a lovely man.
Veteran ex-Qadianis who was Ahmadi for the most part of his life and recently came back to Islam. Alhamdulillah, all praise is due to Allah, and he's a huge inspiration for us. You know, he's an advisor, he's an elder, respect him a lot, and he would be a good person to interview as well as his experience as an Ahmadi for nearly 60 years of his life, or maybe over 50.
Absolutely. And so many, a few more, at least 3 or 4 ex-Ahmadiyas have contacted me, have emailed me since we did the podcast. And but Adnan, and of course I would like to interview them, but I kind of have, for the moment, I've kind of put them on hold because I still want engagement with the with the community and to continue with these dialogues on these podcasts and to get answers to questions, because that's what I want to do first and foremost. But absolutely, I mean, voices like that gentleman, and of course this other chap here, Mr. Bashir, who's well known.
Yeah. I was going to connect if you've had a conversation with him before, but he's also a very important person to talk to. He runs a blog called
Yes, I know this gentleman. This gentleman.
Ahmadi blog is
he has reached out to me. Yes. Hello, Mr. Bashir.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum, everybody. Assalamu alaikum, Declan too. Yep, and I can connect you with Dr. Azar. But I had some notes. If I have permission from Imtiaz and the moderator, can I go over my notes real quick?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Just want to make a small announcement, Imtiaz bhai, is that any Ahmadis who are watching this is your opportunity to come and join our stream and basically present your case in front of Declan. Because you can say that we are unfair to you, but if Declan is there, who's a neutral guy, you can totally ask him to be the judge and present your case. So every Qadiani, Ahmadi, your community, anybody, layman, murabbis, all of you are welcome. Please join.
Did we lose him? Yeah, I think we lost him.
Ahmad, you cutting off.
I think he just wanted to make an announcement to invite the Ahmadis to ask questions or engage with us. They're most welcome. Over to you, Bashir Bhai, please.
Yeah, Brother Declan. So I just had a question. You hung out with the Lahori Ahmadis. You went to Lahore. I'm sure they made you some roti. You remember what the roti tasted like?
Well, 10 out of 10 for the good food. Yes.
Always. Okay.
They're extremely hospitable people, and they are very different from Qadianis.
Right, and you probably had some gobi. Do you know what gobi is? A cauliflower and some chutney, right? Amazing food, right? It's Lahore, bro. We got the best food in the world. We got the most spices. We got the most ingredients to add to the food. Anyhow, they didn't tell you that they believe that Jesus alayhi salam had a biological father? No,
No, they didn't. We didn't
Not,
touch
not
upon it.
even not
We,
even on
we,
accident. Not even I made a mistake and it slipped out.
nope, they didn't.
Did they mention how Mirza Ghulam Ahmad didn't agree with that? And they are openly disagreeing with Mirza Ghulam Ahmad on this topic. Did they mention that part?
No, there was kind of only two things that they really, really concentrated on, and they really seemed to be incredibly hung up on it. Was the
The
fact
prophethood, yeah,
the
yeah.
prophethood, the prophethood, very, very, very. You really that took up most of my time. That is they presented that as their main gripe,
As the main
and
gripe, and they are so off on that. I mean, oh my gosh, Muhammad Ali presented like 261 references from the books of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad to prove that he's not a prophet, or it
mm,
was like 154. I don't know.
mm.
It's this huge compendium of references. He left out the most important ones, where Mirza Ghulam Ahmad clearly called himself the last messenger, the Akhri Rasul, Akhri Mursal. In Lecture Lahore, why did he leave it out? He left it out.
But I see at the time I just couldn't understand with the Urdu language. Why was there such misinterpretation? Why were they even having this argument in the first place? It just seemed so petty. It just didn't. It seemed so nonsensical that they couldn't get the correct translation. But since then, even if you just watched Muhammad's presentation earlier, I mean, he has it also referenced. It's just also clear. I don't. I mean, I kind of left Lahore thinking that the Urdu language must be so complex, so complicated.
When I was a kid,
every word must have 20 meanings. Whoa, everything is metaphorical. Everything is. Oh.
no, but
But I
check this
think
out.
I think
Check this out.
since then I've realized not really.
Yeah, when I was a kid, brother-in-law, listen to this. They said no, the Urdu of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad is so hard to understand. Only the Murabbis can understand it.
Well, and of course, the second thing you asked me, what was the second thing they were hung up? They were very, very angry, obviously, with the second caliph.
With the second, yeah, yeah, yeah,
Oh my goodness me! Mention his name and the red mist would come down. Woo! Real anger. There's real anger.
yeah,
Um,
yeah, yeah.
felt.
Well, and that's weird. Where is it written in any book that a Messiah would come at the end of times and there would be a split in his movement and his son would be a terrible human being? Where's that written at? Someone show me that. You know, try the Talmud too. You could use the Talmud too. It's not there. Okay, so check this out. I have a reference from 1913 that Brother Imtiaz has not presented yet. And I think I sent it to him, but I don't like to hold references. I've fired everything. You know what I mean? But I wanted to show this reference on just how disrespectful. Oh, and before I do that, why? You asked the question why, right?
Yeah.
Who me?
Brother Declan. So here's the psychology. Here, I'm gonna give you some of the psychology. When Mirza Ghulam Ahmad was speaking to Hindus,
All
he was
right.
over the top disrespecting Maryam and Al-Islam and Isa Al-Islam. Over the top. Did this quote where he is so remember, it always depends on who's the audience. If he's talking to Hindus, he is cursing. And in fact, it was the Hindus who did that first in Satarya Prakash. If you ever look up that book, 1879, Lek Ram, he ended up using a lot of the insults that the Hindus had towards Jesus Islam, and his mother. So in the quote where he accuses Isa Islam's mother of zina, that's Nasimi Dawat, and it's mostly towards the Hindus. So that's sort of the key to what's going on here is you got to understand who is he talking to. Then there's another quote from Al-Hakam that Imtiaz showed. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Yeah, it's 1902, July 24th, 1902, page 16. This didn't make it into Malfuzat. See? You see the tricks here. And that book, Nasim Dawat, it's not in English. you know. And there's another funny quotation in there, and don't mind my camera blurring. I don't know what's wrong with it, but what's funny about that book? In that same book, he admits to having to urinate 100 times a day, and he compares it with the previous Messiah,
Oh,
or in his opinion.
Adnan said that in one of the podcasts, didn't he? Yes, yes, I remember
Yeah,
that.
he said, and he said I have to urinate 100 times a day. So he said someone told me, and of course it's anecdotal, it's not true. No one told him anything. It's an anecdote. He says, but yeah, I would take opium. He says, yeah, I would, but then people would make a joke. They say the first Messiah, Nauzubillah, an alcoholic, and the second, a druggie. So he was like, for that reason, even though in Islam I can legally take opium for my diabetes, he says I still won't do it because of this weird reason, because people will make a joke, etc., etc. So that's just clarification on that. Okay, so now check out this quote. Uh, as I share the screen here, I hope that's the right one. Let's see. Let's
I,
see.
I, I hope I hope Declan got the last quote. Declan, did you get that one clearly?
Give it to me again.
Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani was diabetic and he
He was,
wanted
yes, yeah,
to take opium, but
yes.
then he wrote that the reason why he cannot take opium as medicine is because people would say that the first coming of the Messiah was a drunkard, i.e., Jesus Christ, and the second coming of the Messiah was a drug addict. So therefore, I won't take it.
Hmm.
I won't take opium. In other words, Jesus was actually a drunkard. I won't be like him, and I won't take drugs. I won't take opium, even as medicine. This is the point. And
Yeah.
it is absolutely disgusting to say that about Jesus Christ. So, uh, this is my theory, and brothers can correct me. Perhaps he himself was a drug addict to some extent, and was taking wine, uh, chronic wine. There are attributions to him about that, and to justify all that, he just made Jesus into a drunkard as well. Unfortunately, or would
And
you
Exactly.
agree?
there it is in black and white.
And there it is in black and white. And this quotation is not in English. They haven't even translated this sentence, or that they haven't attempted a mistranslation of this paragraph. And there's a lot of mistranslations out there. So it's in the same book. He accuses Maryam al-Islam of zina, and it's in the same area, in the same era. This is 1903. The Al-Hakam quote is 1902. So after 1900, you see this change where he's changed into an entirely different person. As you know, the Qadiani say he claimed to be a prophet, so he claimed to be the messenger. All of that also happened. So okay,
Yeah, I did note the year in Muhammad's presentation. I mean, that was just 6 years before he died.
just before he, yeah. So he
Yeah,
was changing.
yeah,
But
yeah.
brother Ahmed, can you show my screen? Check out this. This might be new for. I know I posted it and I sent it out. I've shared the screen, just waiting on brother Ahmed or brother Umar to share it. I'll just read it. So oh, here it is. Here it is. So as you can see, let me just scroll up. In 1913, okay, and this is in terms of chapter 3, verse 36. Okay, so in 1902, he claimed that Maryam was a married woman, nauzubillah, etc. That's a different quote. But in 1913, the British government shut down the Al-Badr. And for years and years and years, I couldn't figure out why. I could not figure out what was the reason. He's a tool of the British. Why are they shutting his newspaper down? So it was sort of a mystery. He must have overstepped his boundaries. He must have done something, right? So what did he do? Um, Mufti Muhammad Sadiq, who toured the world, he wrote that. Just like men experience nocturnal ejaculations due to certain wet dreams, and because excitement of the youth causes a lustful state, as like during intercourse. So in Miriam's masculine reproductive powers, some sperm secretion took place, and Nauzubillah, I didn't say this has overwhelmed your mind. In this condition, sperm swam towards the egg and fertilized, and you became pregnant. et cetera, et cetera. The British government, Moby Sanala was involved. It was also he, he gave a response. They shut down the newspaper because of this. The Al Brother was also forced to pay 3,000 as a penalty. There was a Reverend Mr. Howell who was also a part of this, and he was also warned because he read it. And look here's one of the quotations. So this was what the response from people in town about the different claims. So I wanted to show that, there are some new books in English. I think that they're getting close to like 60% in English at this point. A few more just came out, and Brother Imtiaz, those are just my brief notes right there. Feel free to take control.
Can I just ask you, Bashir, what percentage of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad's books are actually translated into English?
Well, per my research, and I do a page count, so I'll find the books and I'll count the amount of pages. They're getting close to about 60%.
Okay, because Razi said 75%.
Yeah, because he said there's more books coming, so maybe he knows
Right.
about
Okay.
6 or 7 books in like the pipeline or something like
Because
that.
I was previously led to believe that there was 50%, but yeah,
Yeah,
but still, yeah.
and they're mistranslations actually.
How that's a question I would really like to ask them, because I really would like to meet them and just go through, what happens to the originals, and the books that are translated, but the books that exist in the current format. I mean, what editions are they?
Yeah, and let me tell you one thing about the Lahoris. There's a quote from Haqiqat al-Wahi, 1907, where Mirza Ghulam Ahmad in Arabic calls himself a metaphoric prophet. I'm sure the Lahoris, they told you about this, right?
They didn't, but I was just thinking back on my time with the Lahoris, in the compound where I was staying. They had this really old-fashioned library, and it was fascinating to go into, because they had really, really ancient old books, but they're all in locked cabinets. And I was just thinking, well, would the originals, the first editions, be in those cabinets? They must exist still somewhere in the world, if you were to send out a worldwide request to somebody,
Yeah,
still,
yeah, and
or as
therein is the
close to
problem.
the first editions as you could get.
Yeah, and therein is the problem, and I'll give you a quick example. In Siratul Mahdi, in the first edition, Brother Nan, this is an important point too. In the first edition of Siratul Mahdi, like Mirza Ghulam Ahmad's biography, when talking about his death is in like the first few pages. I think it's like page 8 to 11, right? They said that he relieved himself on the floor in that book, right? But in the second edition, they said no, arrangements were made for him to relieve himself. So that's like a huge contradiction in the story and in the editing game that these guys are involved in. So if they have the old editions, they're not coming out, bro.
And Declan, in here, obviously, I am mindful of your time as well, because I can understand it's getting late night in where you are in London. So I would say, Declan, obviously, it seems to be the case. They're not gonna come. They're not gonna face us. But I'm assuming that you might have seen the response of Razi when he was giving this impression that he has responded to the first podcast between yourself and Adnan Rashid Bhai. So I will just, even though I swear to God, I have not watched, by the way, okay? But I have just right now, I have opened up that video and I try to get that timestamp where he is addressing the point of alcohol and prostitute. Now, Declan, in your presence, I will play that response, and I will expose some of the deceptions he was using. And obviously, either he's watching right now or he will definitely be watching later on. Then let's see that what he has to say. What do you think, Declan?
Okay, go for it.
Okay, thank you. Let me share my screen and we'll begin. So
How long was this response? Because I haven't seen this, because I've been
the
away.
entire video is close to 4 hours. I'm not sure if he's interacting with the guest as well or what he did, but I just try to, find if he has, for example, any particular point. So I just try to find this point of alcohol and prostitute. Now, what I will do, Declan, is I will play what he is saying, and then at the same time, I'll show you Mirza Ghulam Qadiani's quotation, and then I let you decide that this is what they call response. So, Omar, are you with us? If we can make it bigger, is anybody with us, Omar, or is it big? Is it big enough? Okay, okay, thank you. So now let's see, Declan, that what Razi is saying and what we can show to you as evidence, and then we let you decide, or at least give us your thought on that. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, he called him a drunkard, and this
Let me just make it slow because I made it a bit fast.
was his personal belief. The Jamaat comes back and claims, no, this was accusative answer.
Because he's playing at a fast speed, I just want to make it a bit more slow. Or maybe, yeah.
He was using biblical text to get back at the Christians. And we claim.
Well, where does it say in the New Testament that Jesus was a drunkard?
Exactly. Where does it say he was?
I found that extraordinary.
So now this ignorant man is saying, where does it say in the New Testament that Jesus was a drunkard? So
did you get the point, Declan?
Yes.
You both are ignorant, because why did you dare to ask this question that where is it in the Bible that Jesus was a drunkard?
Oh gosh, yeah.
Okay, let's see now.
this shows that Declan hasn't read.
Sorry.
No, continue, and I'll say it then.
Okay.
The Bible, and I proved that before as well. And it also shows Adnan Rashid doesn't know what the Bible says. Right? The Bible is clear. The Bible is clear that Isa alayhi salam, Hazrat Isa alayhi salam of the Bible, is declared a drunkard.
Did you note the point? He's saying that Isa alayhi salam of the Bible is drunkard. Did you note the point? Okay.
Yes.
Now let's see.
As you see here, I will show you a verse of the Bible, Matthew 11:19. This is just one example. The Son of Man came eating and drinking. And they say, look, a glutton and a wine bibber, a friend of tax collectors and sinners. The Jews used to call him a drunkard. No.
Did you get the point, brother?
Yes.
He said at the end, Declan, that Jews used to call him a drunkard.
Yes. That doesn't say he was a drunkard. That was just them abusing him.
Exactly. Now, just keep watching. I will show you something interesting now.
Yeah.
Not only this, the first miracle of Jesus was he turned water into wine.
Right.
So the biblical text showed that he did drink and was a drunkard, but this is not the belief of Ahmadi Muslims, nor the belief of Hazrat Ahmad alayhi salam. Hazrat Ahmad alayhi salam made it clear that Hazrat Isa alayhi salam is infallible and free of this stuff. In fact, he said that Maulvis connect his name to wine, and this is unacceptable.
Now, basically, Declan, if I want to summarize what he said that it was not the belief of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, and it is not the belief of his Jamaat that Jesus was a drunkard, right?
Yes.
Now, let me just show you.
Blame it on the Jews.
Exactly. Now, let me just show you something.
No. There's something you guys missed there. He said it is in the Bible that Jesus was drunkard.
Yeah.
Is attributing this to the Bible, while the Bible is only quoting an accusation of being a drunkard.
Yes. I get your point, Adnan. Absolutely. Yes.
It's attributing this information to the writers of the Gospels, instead of highlighting that the Gospel authors are only quoting an accusation against him, not that he was a drunkard. Right?
Yeah.
So the Bible, in other words, doesn't say he's a drunkard.
Well, how could he be so stupid as to make that mistake? That's pure stupidity.
He's calling us ignorant.
Well,
while the Bible,
highly stupid.
Yeah, it's like we quote a court case, and we quote the accusation against the defendant that the court declared that the defendant is guilty of such and such, while it was only an accusation mentioned in the court against the defendant, right? So he's basically making the mentioning of an accusation in the court the actual judgment. He's making it the actual judgment against the defendant. This is the game he just played very sharply, very cleverly, and moved on as
Yeah.
if people realize, you know.
And Declan, look at this one, Declan.
And do you think
I
that
will
was
just
deliberately deceitful of him, Adnan, or do you think
Of
that,
course,
that
Declan.
Razi to a certain degree is a little puppet that they put on doing
No,
these response?
Declan. Very
He
intelligent.
knew. He knew. Yeah.
He is.
you, you,
He's
Declan, let me present to you one reference, and guess what, Declan? Let me put you under oath, if you allow me, that
yes.
I will give to you one evidence, and if this evidence does not show to you that it was personal belief of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani that Jesus was a drunkard, I would request you, Declan, you are more than welcome to say publicly that Imtiaz and Adnan are lying. I give you this right. Okay?
Okay.
Let me share my screen and let me just show you one or two pieces of evidence. Look at this one. I read verbatim what Mirza said. He said that I do not want to throw stones of blames like wicked men. I do not want to attack God's holy and righteous people. And then he says, but I have looked at it carefully and reflected on this matter as much as possible. While Christ was not one to abstain from alcohol and he had no wife, I believe that God saved him from evil deeds. But what shall I do? My experience does not admit that he can be as perfect as another person who neither drinks alcohol nor lacks women through lawful means. Now you tell me, Declan, is he quoting Bible or is he telling that what he come up after careful reflection and thinking?
Well, he's saying that he's done all this careful thinking, and that this is the conclusion that he's come up with. But it's let me just read it again because it's just
Please,
so
please,
it's
please,
just so
please,
muddled, isn't it?
please.
Well, he's contradicting himself there, isn't he? So much. While Christ was not one to abstain from alcohol, he had no wife. I believe that God saved him from evil deeds. But what shall I do? My experience does not admit that he can be as perfect as another person who neither drinks alcohol nor lacks women through lawful means.
Basically, at the end, Declan, he is comparing John the Baptist and Isa alayhi salam because we have all of these references. He's saying that look at this one, brother, so you can understand the point. He says that John or Yahya did not use to drink alcohol. It tells us that it was prohibited at the time as well. Then why Messiah did not follow the teachings of his mentor Yahya?
Oh,
Let me just quote one thing, and then you can comment on this one. Okay, look at this one, brother. He says that now it is evident from all this speech that alcohol has created great disasters in Christian nation, and great criminal acts have been committed because of it. But the source and origin of all sins is the teachings of Christ
yeah.
and his own actions. The person who example the person who the person whose example people were supposed to follow and to excel in piety, while he himself was guilty of alcoholism, then what is the sin of others in these inappropriate actions? And in a situation where Christians know for sure that our leader and guide Jesus was found of drinking alcohol, Rather, he made drinking alcohol a part of religion, then what impact can someone else's speech have on them?
It's just a lot of nonsense. It's just a lot of nonsense, Muhammad. And there's it's
Let
just
me
so convol. It's
just
just
two
so
more.
it's
Just
so
two more.
so convoluted.
Declan. Sorry, Declan.
Yeah.
Declan. What I am trying to show to you
Yeah.
that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is giving his own thesis, and this guy is saying that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is quoting Bible.
Yes. Well, he's completely misinterpreted that quote
And
in
look at this
the
one.
Bible, and he's twisted around and made it as a seem of it. It's an actual fact rather than it being an accusation. Yeah, that's
Look at this
quite
one, brother.
clear. Yeah.
It says that then look at alcohol.
It's
It
the
is
root
the
of all
root
sin.
of all sins. It is Christ who planted the seed by keeping alcohol lawful in Christianity is the cause of death of millions of people.
That's rubbish.
Okay, last quotation. And by the way, we have 13 references. All
Oh.
of them are just on one point that this was the personal belief of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani. Okay, he says that the first miracle of Christ was wine. So why not there be such boldness in this regard? The most pious amongst them, i.e., amongst the Christians, that consume at least one bottle of brandy.
Let me read that again. The most point. Okay, right.
Okay, now after this, and by the way, Declan, like I said before, we have plenty of other evidence as well to support one thing that this was Mirza Ghulam Qadiani's own thesis.
And that was his own thesis about Jesus being allegedly a drunkard, based on that piece in the gospel that you read out at the beginning.
Exactly.
And this is all stemmed from that. That's the taproot of all these absurd allegations after that.
Exactly. Now look, Declan, very quickly, maybe in 2 3 minutes, look at this one. What he says about the prostitute. Look at this one now.
Yes, this will be interesting.
That the New Testament is anti-Jesus, so that it would contain these references that would be highly derogatory to Jesus.
Absolutely. But this
The New Testament is pro-Jesus.
Exactly. It wants to present Jesus as some divine being.
Well, you're not going to find it in the New Testament. You're not going to find derogatory things in the New Testament.
Exactly. And this was his personal belief, his personal conviction that Jesus was a drunkard. And
This is a lie again. He's been refuted.
You see, brother? That's all he can say. Now look at the prostitute point.
On this
relationships with prostitutes, and the Jamaat gets very disturbed by these.
Twisted something about Mary.
Now he's saying Hazrat Ahmad believed that Hazrat Isa had relations with prostitutes. La'anatullahi alal kazibin. Again, lying.
He said in the Arabic that may the curse of Allah be upon the liars.
Okay.
And now watch.
Blatantly lying for no reason at all. Hazrat Mirza Ghulam Ahmad his own works are clear that this is a lie against Hazrat Isa and he did not have any relationships with any prostitutes. This is clear in the writings of Hazrat Mirza Ghulam Ahmad and he has explained this many times. I'll show a few examples of that. Hazrat Mirza Ghulam Ahmad was clear that this is a lie of the Jews. And in accusative answers, he showed the relationship of Mary Magdalene. And in accusative answer, he showed them that the Bible shows he was always with prostitutes. This is Jesus in India. The promised Messiah denies this, calls it a lie. He calls it a lie in Taryaqul Qulub. He calls it a lie in Haqiqatul Wahi. He calls it a lie in Ajaz Ahmadi as well. But Adnan's own scholars have also...
Now,
nice.
Obviously, Declan, the whole response was, we are lying, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me show you something, and then I let you decide that is it lie or what it is. Just give me 1 second and I show you reference. So because I don't want him to say afterward, oh, Imtiaz did not show the reference. So inshallah, I will show the reference as well. Okay, now, where is the screen? Now, again, Declan, just for the sake of time, I'm gonna read one reference and then I let you decide that what is Mirza Ghulam Qadiani saying in this one. So, first of all, let me read for you that how he used to quote all of these things. So you can see the level of his imagination. He says, young age, habit of drinking alcohol, and then single, and a beautiful prostitute woman is lying in front of him, touching her body with his body. It is the conduct. Is it the conduct of a pious man? And what is the evidence that Jesus did not have sexual excitement when touched by this prostitute? How sad that it was not possible for Jesus to have intercourse with one of his wives after gazing at this transgressor. I want you, Declan, just to read with one more time so you can see that how imaginative he was being when he was quoting these things. Just please read one more time, brother.
What does he mean by the inbit to have intercourse with one of his wives?
He said that if once he was touched by a prostitute, had
Right.
it been the case that he was a married person, at least he would have done something with his wife, but this was not opportunity for him.
Right, I get you. I get you. Absolutely. Okay, after gazing at this transgressor. Well, there it is. So the accusation was that Razi said.
Okay, clear now, brother. That this is what he was
Clear on
saying.
that,
And by the way, Declan, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani has said this thing dozens of times. I just quoted to you one such spot.
And
Dozens of
Razi was
times.
saying that he has never said this.
No. Actually, the thing is, Razi was saying that this was the accusation of Jews against Jesus. This was not the reality about Jesus. This is what he said, right?
Yeah, but that wasn't an
Now,
accusation against the Jews. That was his vivid imagination, wasn't it?
exactly. Yeah,
That's his piece of fiction, isn't it?
yes.
Warped fiction.
Now let me show you something. After quoting all of that, this is what Mirza said. He says that therefore we cannot consider such an impious, arrogant, and enemy of the righteous as a good-natured man, let alone consider him a prophet.
Yeah,
Clear?
perfectly clear.
Now let me show you reference to prove that this was Mirza Ghulam Qadiani's own belief about the prostitute. This is the first reference, by the way. And this is Ruhani Khazain, volume number 5, page number 597. Now, look at this one. Sheikh Batalvi. This was basically one of the Muslim scholars who was opposing Mirza Ghulam Qadiani. Okay, it says Sheikh Batalvi had gone on page 22 of this magazine, accused this humble person that none of my writings are free from lies. Mirza is saying basically, Declan, I want to, because there's a context for all of that. Declan, Mirza is saying that his opponent, a Muslim scholar whose name was Batalvi, he is accusing me that every single one of my writing has lies. Okay, now then he says, it is true that when a person is blinded by the veils of arrogance and jealousy, then he sees nothing but darkness upon darkness. And then he says, but remember, but remember that such accusations are not new. Evil people had always accused all the righteous servants of God Almighty with same allegations that were that they were liars, they were blatant liars, they were fabricators, they were lustful, etc., etc. So basically, the reason I quoted this one, brother, so I can give you the context that there are people out there who are accusing Mirza Ghulam Qadiani that look, Mirza, you are a liar and you are a greedy person, etc., etc. Now let's look at the actual reference. He says on the same, by the way, this was page number 597, again page 597. He says, often such deep mysteries in the form of sayings and actions have been manifested by the prophets. Please note that he says often such deep mysteries in the form of sayings and actions have been manifested by the prophets that were very absurd and shameful in the eyes of the ignorant, such as Moses Moses asking for the vessels and clothes of Egyptians and then keeping them in his own possession permanently. He gave one example from Moses, and then he says, and Messiah, i.e., Jesus, going to the house of a prostitute and using her perfume, which was not from the permissible earnings, and not stopping her from applying it on his body, and Ibrahim, the prophet Ibrahim, speaking 3 times in such a way that they seem to be lies. Now, basically, I want you to see, Declan, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is because people are accusing him that you are lying, you are doing this, and this. He says to them that, look, there are deep mysteries of the righteous people. And guess what? And then he gave the examples of 3 prophets. He said the prophet Moses, he took the stuff of Egyptians before Exodus, and then he did not return it to them. Second example he gave of the Jesus, the same example of the prostitute. And third example he gave of the Abraham. Now, brother Declan, let me give you the evidence that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is, in his mind, he is quoting the real events. This number 3 about Abraham, it is found in the Islamic sources. It is authentically reported in the Islamic sources. So now, basically, you tell me, Declan, what is the point of first line when he say often such deep mysteries in the form of sayings and actions have been manifested by the prophets that were absurd and shameful in the eyes of the ignorance? What did you get from this one, Declan? Is he denying that these things happen? No. He said these things do happen, and it is the ignorant one who can't understand these mysteries. And by the way, let me give you even actually more clear one. Okay.
I do, because I mean, this is really coming from a very, very confused mind.
Yes, exactly. Now look at this one, brother Declan. Volume 15, page 420. Look at this one, Declan. It says, the great people who are given the task of great responsibilities, at times, after receiving knowledge from God,
Yes.
they have to do such things like the Khidr, and because of those actions, in the eyes of short-sighted person, in some of their moral states or social conduct, they are declared blameworthy. Then it says, one should not have a bad assumption about them just because of the words of their enemies, because blind enemies have not exempted any prophet or messenger from their objection. Basically saying that those great people, look at the Declan, he says those great people who have been given the great responsibilities from God Almighty, they have to do those things. Look at this one. They have to involve themselves in those things which are blameworthy in the sight of who? Short-sighted people. Now let's
The
proceed.
ignorant, yes. Yeah.
Yes, let's proceed. It says, in the same way, the enemies of Jesus objected that he was not bound by piety. So a wicked woman anointed and
Still the
anointed perfume,
Yeah.
perfume bought with the wealth of immorality on his head, rubbed her hair on his feet, and for a young prostitute lady to touch his body and to anoint the illegitimate oil on his head and to touch his limbs with her limbs. This is an act that a pious and righteous person cannot commit. Now, look, Declan. He is quoting the objection of an objector that there are people out there. They are saying that how can Jesus let all of this happen? Let's proceed. Let's proceed
But
now.
that contradicts the previous quote, doesn't it?
look, let's say it. Look, he's saying
Yeah.
that now. I want you to see the context. He said there are people. They are saying that how come Jesus was doing all of that? Now look at like then. If you were there or I was, we would say he never did this. End of story, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Now let's see what he said. He said, yeah. Basically, I'm skipping many of them just to save time, by the way. It says that another issue that needs to be resolved is that, on the one hand, God Almighty says that He does not command to commit oppression or immorality, and yet He let Israelites through Moses to take the wealth of innocent Egyptians unjustly, and this wealth was taken in a shameful manner of the highest magnitude through fraud, and then they kept it with them permanently by breaking their promise. And then comes the main passage. It says, in the same way, the Messiah was allowed. Look, Declan. The
Yeah.
Messiah was allowed by God not to hate the anointing by the illegitimate perfume,
Mm.
and not to observe any piety or righteousness at all at the moment when this young, beautiful, and unmarried lady was rubbing her body parts with his limbs. Then he says, on the other hand, Allah has declared an unjust murder from the major sins, and yet He gave permission to Khidr. So again, he is quoting the same objection, that how come that God is a righteous God and yet He is commanding. Look, he says that God allowed Jesus. I want you to please look at this one. Look at this
Mm.
one. It says the Messiah was allowed by
By
God.
Allah not to hate the
Yes,
anointing of
not to hate.
the haram
Basically,
perfume.
yes. Now, why? Look at this, my brother. This is the key passage now. Answer number one from Mirza Ghulam Ka, that why this was happening. He says the solution to this problem is that such objections arise only out of malice. If one is a seeker of the truth and a pious person, then the right course for him is not to express his opinion on those matters which are amongst the mutashabihah. He said these things were obscure matters. These were the deep mysteries. You can't understand them. Then it says, and they are extremely rare. Now look, Declan, he is not denying them. He is calling them obscure matters. He's
Mm-hmm.
calling them, they are the rarely occur matters. And for such rarely occurring matters, there can be many possible reasons. Declan, he is not saying that Jesus was not doing all of that. He says these were obscure matters and you need to give reasons for them. And then he says, it is the way of transgressors that at time their objections they leave this aspect. He says that the basically the immoral people, they are raising objections that why this is happening. Now he gives the response in the achievements look, Declan, this passage is now very important. It says, in the achievement of the prophets, messengers, and saints, there are thousands of examples of their piety, purity, trustworthiness, honesty, truthfulness, and fulfillment of the promise. Additionally, the Spirit of God Himself is a witness to their inner purity. And then He says, but the wicked man does not see these positive examples, rather, he keeps looking for the evil. Finally, that part of the obscureness, just like the Holy Quran, which is found in his being as well, through its very little. He said the evil man makes the target of his objection and in doing so, he takes the path of distraction and ends up in the hellfire. Basically, obviously, I skipped many parts. Let me give you the gist of that. Then Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is saying that the prophets and messengers, they have to perform those things
Mm-hmm.
by the permission of God,
Right.
which which are immoral in the eyes of a short-sighted person, but they are actually done with the permission of God. Why? Because number one, he said that through these things, God wants to hide the righteous people from the sight of short-sighted people.
I'm with you. Yeah. Okay. Oh,
So basically,
that's an
yes,
interesting theory.
exactly. Basically, what I'm saying, the whole point, Declan, is Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is affirming that these things do happen. Then he tried to justify them.
And in doing so, do you think that he's trying to cover up his own impurities if
Exactly,
he's
exactly, because the whole context was that
yeah.
people are raising objections on his character.
Yes.
And in response to that, he said, "Not worry. If you want to raise fingers at me, what about these people?"
Look at Moses, look at Jesus, look at it,
Exactly,
Abraham.
exactly. So what I'm trying to say, Declan, is that I am surprised that either these people are not able to follow the argument or they are really being deceptive, because this guy was saying that this was not the belief of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, i.e., their founder, that these things are true about Jesus. On the other hand, the founder is saying that these things are true, and then he's trying to give the reason and why he calls them true, because he wants to justify his behavior.
But you know what? The past that you've read out, Muhammad, I mean,
Yeah,
it's so confused. It's so convoluted. I mean, how does the ordinary Ahmadiyya actually read that and understand that? You'd need. It almost needs interpretation in itself, doesn't it?
it
To
actually,
decipher all of those, yeah, it's confused. It's convoluted. It's nonsensical. It's contradictory.
actually, Declan, if somebody knows the context, then they
Oh,
can understand the point, because the entire context is that Muslim scholars are saying to Mr. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, for example, Declan, why he gave the example of Moses, by the way.
I don't know. Tell me why.
Look at this one. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, as we discussed in the podcast as well, he took the money from people to publish 50 volumes, right?
Yes. No. I hadn't told the story. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, but obviously, when he
Yes.
did not publish those volumes
He didn't
and the
produce the
money
book.
was still with Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, guess what? In order to justify that money, he gave the example of Moses and his people taking the stuff from the Egyptians and then not giving them back before Exodus.
And that exonerates me of my misdemeanor.
Exactly.
Right.
That is the
Okay.
point.
Yeah. Oh dear Muhammad, I don't know. Where do we go with this? Whoa.
Ah, Declan, now I would say that this will give you more clarity. And by the way, Declan, did you
I
see?
mean, I can only congratulate you on your meticulous research, because this takes this takes real time and dedication to actually to decipher this confusion, to wade your way through this confusion. You have devoted a tremendous amount of your time and energy and no doubt patience to come up with what you've done.
Declan, I really appreciate your kind words and thank you very much. And Declan, here's the thing. Did you notice that when I was reading those passages, how confusing they were?
Well, yes, no, you're absolutely right. So I was saying, well, I wish you'd showed me these beforehand so that I could actually study these, because my mind was going all over the place. Because it's just so convoluted.
Yes. And now,
Oh,
Declan, when actually when I once I presented this same information to Razi, and he said that in these passages Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is referring to something that did not happen. I said, wait a second. He is calling them obscure matters, deep mysteries, rarely occurring events. And
and
you said that did not happen.
he's given examples, hasn't he? And
Exactly,
he's given an example for each one.
exactly. And basically, Declan, he gave a he said, look, in the lives of the prophets there are thousands and millions good things, but at the same time they are rarely occurring few things which are not good. He said the good people, they look at the good things, and the bad people are only focusing on the bad things. Did you see the point? But
Yes, I
he's
did.
not saying that these things, Declan, I think now you can see the whole argument. He said that in the lives of prophets, he said, if you look at me, look at my good thing, don't look at my bad thing. And if you want to look at my bad thing, then you have to look at the quote unquote bad things of Moses, Abraham, and Jesus.
Yeah, yeah,
This was the argument.
yeah. I don't know. I don't know. How do we end this tonight? How do
We
we end this tonight, Mohammed?
I would say, Declan, that it's up to you. You know, if obviously you said this already in between the lines, but if you want to give them this one, because at the end of the day, Declan, the the sanctity of Jesus is common between Muslim and Christian.
Of
We
course, yeah,
cannot
yeah.
ever even begin to imagine that we show any disrespect toward Jesus, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. But you know what my mind is, and I think it was Adnan that said in one of his podcasts, or he said it maybe outside of one of his podcasts. In so many ways, the Ahmadiyya religion is it's a religion by itself, isn't it? It's really outside Islam,
Yeah, exactly.
isn't it? I
Definitely.
mean,
But
that's the picture, and nobody is putting these ideas into my head. Based on what you've just said, because there's nowhere else in Islam where you would get this,
and Declan, like I said before,
even
there
remotely
are
like this.
there are many things which Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was saying and writing, which we can understand that why he was saying. For example, when he was saying that Jesus had a habit of lying.
Yeah,
I mean, for example, once the moment I even give the possibility that a prophet of God can be a liar, I am not a Muslim anymore.
hmm. It's just shocking, Muhammad. It's just shocking.
And now it will give you actually more insight and more context, Declan, that why is it they have stopped coming here? Because we are not just presenting something taken from the Google. We are presenting them the real arguments from their own books.
You're right, but I believe still that we need to press ahead. We need to get these counter narratives, and there comes a point where I think everybody decides that there's just absolutely no point in continuing. That you'll have proven your case. In so many ways, this is really like a court case. What you're doing, you're presenting all the evidence. You're
Guess
the
what?
evidence. You're the evidence for the prosecution. We need the we need the evidence of the defense. But
Guess what? Guess what, Declan? I have said this on camera in the past as well, that I have no problem. Take me to the court of law and make a case against me that this person is saying things about our founder which are not so nice. And
absolutely, and they'll
then,
say
then
now
let the
what.
court decide.
Absolutely. And what they'll say now is that I've been brainwashed by you, and I've been taken in by you, and I've been taken in by Adnan, and so on and so forth. But what you're presenting real hardcore evidence. So it's very difficult for me to sit here and to say, well, that man is lying. That man is just off track. It's very transparent what you've presented. But we need to hear the narrative, the counter narrative.
Yeah,
What can they come up and say? Maybe
exactly.
are they able to change my mind, or the mind of thousands of viewers will be watching this live stream? People need to be able to make a true informed choice, and you can only do so when you've heard both sides of the story, both sides of the argument.
Yeah, and Declan, what is so frustrating when they do this monologue on their own platform? The only thing they are saying is that we cannot come on your stream. What I am saying to them, don't come, no problem, invite me.
Yeah.
I am ready, invite me on your platform and let's see what happens.
Why do why do you think they don't take you up on? Because yeah, I think
They
it's
have
quite
no,
it's
Declan, honestly
it's quite
speaking, they have,
obvious. You have done your homework. You've done your research.
yeah.
You know the narrative.
For example, Declan, let's take it, just take that one example which I gave in the beginning of the stream, that we have two marriage narrative from Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, and allegedly, both of them are confirmed by God.
Yeah.
Now, in one narrative, Joseph is the fiance, he is a young man, he
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
not married.
Yeah.
In narrative B, Joseph is an elderly person, he's not fiancé, he does not want to marry, and he is forced to marry. How to reconcile these two? How can be both from God?
Yeah. Can't be.
There's no way.
Whoa.
By the way, Declan, we have a guest. He is ex Lahori Ahmadi. I think it would be interesting if you want to have few words with him. Is it okay?
Yeah. Sure. Sure.
Okay, let me bring him on. Brother Ryan,
Assalamu alaikum, brothers, and good evening, Mr. Henry.
Hello,
wa
How
alaikum
are
Ryan.
you all
assalam.
doing?
I like your profile picture.
Thank you, thank you. It was from a Dutch television show. It was called the Mini Playback Show, and this guy, his name was Bulletje, and he was one of the judges.
Okay. And
It
you
was
are
a
you
show
from the
from the 80s, 90s. Yeah,
are you from
I'm
you're
from the
from the
Netherlands.
Netherlands? Yeah.
Yes, I am.
How old are you, Ryan?
I'm 34.
All right, I thought you had a young voice.
Yeah, yeah, I've heard it a lot. Also, when people see me, they also think I'm younger, but sadly, I'm not.
So tell us a little bit about yourself. When did you leave your community?
Um, when was it? I think a year of or year four ago. And my family is originally from Suriname, and
Okay.
I heard from Brother Bashir that you also wrote in your book about the Lahori community in Suriname. So I was also wondering a bit, have you ever been there, or have you ever spoken with someone from
Well,
Suriname?
I have. When I went to Lahore in December 2022, I mean that was for their Jalsa. So that there were people there from Suriname and the Netherlands. I mean, came from all over the world. I mean, it was a small gathering of a couple of hundred people, but yeah, there was a contingency from your country or from that country. Sorry.
Okay. And have they told you how they viewed Mirza Ghulam Ahmed?
But they did, as I covered earlier, really, the Lahoris differ that little bit differently from the Qadianis in the sense that they don't hold that high, reverence, that high deity that Qadianis have for Mirza Ghulam Muhammad. I'm not saying I mean they believe that he's the promised Messiah, but they perhaps they more or less feel that he was more of a rejuvenator of Islam during his lifetime, as opposed to his later claims of being the promised Messiah. And obviously they steadfastly deny that he ever said that he was a prophet, which was a major stumbling block from them, and really what they claimed that was one of the prime reasons that they fell out with the main Jamaat, and also, well, there's a lot of grievances over the second caliph.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Only, yeah, the thing is, especially in Suriname, because yeah, I can speak from that experience that they barely propagate Mirza Ghulam Ahmad at all. I think the majority of the Lahoris there, and also I think here in the Netherlands, they don't really know about him. And I also wanted to know that because you first uh, were in touch with the Lahoris, you wrote a book, and after that you had a talk with the Qadiani guy, and now you hear lots of different things from Brother Imtiaz and Brother Adnan. How does that make you feel?
Well, I mean, I first came in contact with Ahmadiyas 7, 8 years ago, and I wrote my first book. And during that time, I didn't place, even though I mentioned Lahoris. I was very. I mean, I have written very favorably about the Ahmadiyas in the past. In my first book, Voices of Modern Islam, I put Ahmadiyya Muslims on par with all other Muslims. I separated Muslims into four groups: Sunnis, Shias, Sufis, and Ahmadiyyas. During that time, I thought that Ahmadiyya Muslims, up until quite recently, I thought they were highly knowledgeable people about their religion. There's certainly, in my opinion, at the time, that they were very, very knowledgeable of the Quran, very knowledgeable of the Hadith, very nice people to be along with, very friendly people, very generous, hospitable, and so on. When I was doing my initial research, I only towards the latter end came in touch with the Lahoris, and I interviewed. He was probably the head man. I mean, there's only about 150 Lahoris here in the UK, as in comparison to 30 to 40,000 Qadianis. So I met up with him years later, and it was then that he invited me to Lahore to write about the Lahore Jamaat. And I took him up on that offer because I thought it would be interesting to find out more about Mirza Ghulam Ahmad and to find out more about why the community had split into two. And that, as I said, was coming on 2 years ago. And that I wrote a small book about the Lahore Ahmadiyya movement, and that was really about because they're probably they differ. They have more liberal views about women and other issues, and obviously I also wrote about persecution because they are very, very brutally persecuted in Pakistan, and I interviewed men who had been really had been very badly persecuted. So I kind of because I'm not a theologian, I kind of, even though the book that I wrote about the Lahoris contains a favorable biography about Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, I concentrated mainly on the social issues as opposed to the theological issues, because I'm not a theologian. So that's it in a nutshell, basically.
Well, thank you for your explanation. I really appreciate that. And Brother Imtiaz, thank you for letting me on. I wish you both a good rest of the stream. And to everyone watching, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
Thank you very much. Thanks,
Thank you
Ryan.
very much. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you.
All right, Mohammed. I think I'm also done. As I said, I will reach out to the London Mosque again, to the Jamaat, to see if we can get some podcasts, some dialogue moving. And
I
if
would
you,
say, Declan, even though obviously you have said this multiple times, even in this stream as well, if you don't mind, I will put you as on the full screen, and if you don't mind, if you want to record a brief message for their Jamaat, for their leadership, that look, you as someone who's neither with us as Sunni Muslims, nor he is part of Ahmadiyya, you are interested to know their response, and when both sides are sitting face to face.
no, absolutely, because I do want to hear the counter narrative. And as I said, if I'm chairing any debates, if I will be as fair as it and as impartial as I can be. But
Yeah, and let me
if we-
Let me put you on the whole screen, and then I will let you speak. I will be quiet. I know I talk too much. I will be quiet afterwards, and then you
Well,
can give.
I've got nothing prepared here. I mean, what do you want me to say? Sorry.
Exactly. Just speak your heart on this same thing, as you are saying repeatedly, that they must come and they must present their counter narrative, because if they are not coming, they are not giving their narrative, and they're only interested in their monologues, it shows something is fishy.
It could indicate that there is something fishy, or it could indicate that they don't feel that they've been given, I don't know, a suitable platform to actually get their viewpoints across. But my brief announcement would be, I can email you directly this weekend, would be to maybe to meet up with me for a preliminary meeting to see how we can progress this along, and to state the difficulties that you've encountered, if there are any difficulties, and why the reluctance to meet and debate with both Muhammad and Adnan. As I said, I'm going to be as willing to be as helpful and as impartial as I can be at this stage, because it would be true to say that I've heard the narrative from Adnan and from Muhammad, and obviously that they've presented their case in a very concise, articulate way, and I'm just hoping that you'll be able to do the counter narrative to address the issues, or to address some of the issues as coherently as you can. But I'm quite shocked after that last episode with Muhammad, going through all those references with that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad wrote. I mean, it's quite hard to decipher a lot of the things that he said. But I will do my best, and as we said throughout the podcast tonight, we're all acting in good faith. There's no malice here, and there's certainly no fat paycheck going into anybody's bank account. We're doing this free of charge. So please meet me. I know that you've reached out to me before I went away to South Africa. There was this one gentleman that said that he wanted me to meet the Imam of the London Mosque. I'm more than happy to come and meet him. I'm more than happy to have an open, frank, and honest discussion. So please reach out to me, and I will do my very best to help this process along. That's probably it, Emitaz. I think I've repeated myself probably.
I know that basically what my intention, Declan, is I'm gonna take this as a separate clip and just to post on the different platforms to give them
I could have done perhaps a prepared statement, but if you can't do it, I've waffled away, but I was unprepared for that. But absolutely, if you wish to do that, but I will email the people that I've previously communicated with, and who set the podcast up with me and Asif Bassett. I mean, I will email them this weekend and see if we can progress this. So I will do that separately anyway.
Yeah, and Declan, for example, I would say that so far, let's suppose if we take the example of this allegation on Jesus to be drunkard or to be being with the prostitutes, the evidence we have presented, do you think that we are just making it up and it was not the actual belief of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani? What do you think at this stage?
Well, at this stage of the court case, if we want to call it that way, if I was the judge sitting there listening to all the evidence, I would be hard pressed until I hear the other side. I'd be hard pressed to disagree with you based on the evidence that you've presented here this evening.
Yeah, and Declan, for example,
however, if this was a court case, obviously, and I'm not I don't disbelieve you, but again, the translation, you put all of those up in Urdu. I guess you'd need to have them doubly checked that they're not mistranslated.
Yeah, yeah.
But
And
I guess you've already covered that because you're open and transparent, and you've put those up on screen. And obviously, anybody who reads Urdu can read that. I suppose the only thing that I would want is I mean, you reference all the books and the page numbers and so on. I suppose the editions. The yeah, you need
and yeah,
to
and Declan, for example, as you said in the beginning, that maybe they think that this platform is not suitable, etc. For example, Declan, when it is their platform, and when, for example, somebody is there who does not belong to either one of them as yourself, then
Mhm.
do they still have an excuse, by the way?
I don't think so, but I think I would keep it small. I think that it should probably, to begin with, should be just on a one, either yourself or Adnan or somebody else and a member of their community. It should really only be and a chairperson, one from each side. I think
Yeah,
if there are too many guests, that it becomes a little bit too much. And also, you're right, you have to narrow it down to a few topics each time. Because again, otherwise it becomes a little bit
I agree. I totally
too
thank you,
big.
Declan. Thank you very
Yeah,
much. Thanks for your time. And now it's
not at
up to
all.
you. If you want to stay more, if you want to leave, it's entirely up to you.
I think that perhaps for tonight, Mohammed, I've said all I can say at this stage. As I said, I will reach out to the community, and hopefully we'll get a response, some type of response. And if we don't, well, then we'll have to back to the drawing board. But it will be a shame. It will be a real shame, because I think this is a golden opportunity. Because if they really, really want to save the character of the prophet of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, who they allege is a prophet, this really is the time. This is really the moment in time to do so. It's no good,
Thank
no good. It's no good leaving it for another 6 months or a year, because you'll continue to do your podcasts. Adnan will continue to do his podcasts, and it's yeah. What
thank you
what
very
what what will say that? What will that say to the younger members of the community? What
Yeah,
will viewers at the end of the day will make up their own minds either way.
exactly.
But they need an informed choice, and for there to be absolutely not a shred of doubt, listen to both sides of the argument, because there are always two sides to the story. Listen, have the two sides of the story, and then make up your make up your mind. And at the end of the day, if there are two sides of the story, Mohammed, and people still want to be Ahmadiyas and to follow Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, that's their right, and we can only wish them the very best of luck.
Yeah, yeah,
They go their way, and we go our way.
definitely. And the last thing, Declan, you said, I agree 100%, because in Islam we cannot force somebody to believe or to not believe in something. We can only present the evidence. But
Yeah, and
anyone,
give them an informed choice.
exactly.
And
But I would still add one thing to this whole point, Declan, that anyone who wants to stay in Ahmadiyya Jamaat, they must prepare their answer, that when on the day of judgment, when God Almighty will ask them this one question, maybe this one question, I can't speak on behalf of God, but I can just say something. If they are asked this question, why did you believe in a man who said that Prophet of Allah Isa alayhi salam or Jesus Christ has the habit of lying? What reason do you have to believe that this person was a prophet?
yes, yeah,
Thank you, Declan. Thank you very
not
much.
at
And
all.
you are
Thank you so
always
much.
welcome.
Speak to you soon. You take
Thank,
care.
thank you. Thank you, Declan.
Bye for
Thanks. Bye.
now. Bye.
Thanks. Bye. Okay. I think I saw some time ago that brother Monakas was in the back chat. Monakas, are you still there? Because I just thought that let's have few words with Monakas before we end. Because apparently, as expected, nobody is here from their side to give their side of the story. Omar bhai, are you there? Umar, your mute. Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Walaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Because today we haven't heard your side of the story, Umar bhai.
Wallahi, first of all, I want to tell I'm very happy with the style today because, mashallah, exactly 30 minutes, 29 minutes and a few seconds, you did the presentation in point form. Everything was outlined there, and anybody who has any objection would just have to come in and say, I disagree with point number one. And I think, Brother Imtiaz, you have done this approach about 3 times on all the streams. And you, when they came, you asked them, please select a point and try to ask for the evidence or disagree or agree. And one of this was the one of the prophethood types of prophethood, where one of the missionaries agreed with all the points except the last one, and took us for a ride for a long time and never actually addressed. Anyway, this approach is good. I think going forward we should use this approach. And inshallah, people will benefit even more. They can take screenshots with all the references there, and they at their own free time they can look them up. So we actually had another brother who wanted to speak about the same narrative, but regarding something to do with the naturalist view. But I don't know if he's there. He's in the backstage, but I think he's not around. Let's see if he's back. I see a message. No, he said he'll be back in about 10 minutes. If we can wait for him. You're mute, brother Imtiaz.
So in the meantime, Umar, if you want to give your summary or something, because I'm going to bring a video which is I haven't watched that either. I just saw that one in which Razi is telling that we are being, I mean, we mean that Adnan Sheet and myself, we are being deceptive, and apparently he was trying to, I mean, I don't know why he has the habit of to be, to copy everything we have to say. For example, if you remember that we presented the 5 or 6 deceptions of the Qadiani Murabbis, and then he, I think, tried to give maybe 10 deceptions of the Muslims. And I just actually want to, without even watching, I haven't watched that ever. Okay, I'm just
Okay,
gonna
but
play
brother
that.
Imtiaz,
Yeah.
I have one question before you play the video.
Yeah.
Are you ever going to present the full case so you can show us all the references of this? Because every time you bring this Maryam alayhi salam case, you always bring more references. And because at the beginning you said that I haven't presented all the references, and today we thought we'll get all, but I can see from your file there is even many more references. So
Yes.
I mean, you should make this like a series maybe and present all the references.
Actually, Brother Omar, I really want somebody to be from their side as well. So when I present something, at least I can hear what they have to say. For example, today I was trying to repeatedly say this point, that how would you reconcile these two marriage narratives? Because it's impossible to reconcile them.
They will say he was corrected. He made an error at first and then he was corrected.
But where is it?
I don't know, brother Imtiaz, you know more than me. I don't know. I cannot understand how they think that bringing a contradiction is actually refutation. Because like you say that if you say something today and say something different tomorrow, how is that a refutation? How is that you didn't fix the problem? You just presented me with another problem. Now there's a contradiction. It's now I used to have a problem with this case, but now I want to know why you're giving me two narratives. So I think if you want to proceed with the video, you can go ahead. But maybe we'll never get answers, brother Imtiaz. I think I don't know what exactly is the case that you presented that suddenly made them stop coming. Because they used to come, they say we will not come, and then they come again. But it seems like they've really given up.
I mean, everybody can see clearly they have definitely given up. But as you said, Brother Umar, they are not used to having any engagement in this manner, that when something is presented on the screen, okay, these are the 5 6 points, which one you want to contest? Because they always want to give a very vague, very generic, very deceptive kind of narrative. But as soon as you pinpoint to that, okay, these are things, which one you are addressing, then they have no response left.
Yeah, which is always I always tell when I engage with any of them offline, or I tell them, list the point. What's the point that you're trying to make? Okay, whatever topic you bring, but you guys believe this and this and this. I say, okay, what's the point? What exactly are you addressing? What's the
Yeah.
point you're trying to make? Are you just throwing, or are you just arguing for the sake of argument? Because when you say like the finality of prophethood, that say no, but you guys believe Isa alayhi salam, he's a prophet who is coming. I said no, but what are you trying to prove? Are you trying to prove that there is prophets or no prophet? Take a position so that when I disprove, you don't tell me I was just arguing for the sake of arguing, because they will spend like hours and hours saying, after arguing, after you prove them wrong, they say, but this is your belief. I wasn't defending my belief. I was just showing you the flaw in your belief. I want to know. I want you to defend your belief. I don't want you to assign a belief to me and then ask me to defend it, because they don't they misrepresent our beliefs. They say you guys believe this, you guys believe this, ABC, and then they want us to defend that. And now we spend time trying to explain, no, that is not what we believe. You misrepresent our belief. So we want them. If you think we are misrepresenting your belief, come here and challenge us, or invite us without asking anybody to call the whole ummah kufar before they engage with you. Like they ask Brother Imtiaz, say, please declare everybody a kafir before you can join our stream. Be sincere. Show your jamaat that you really want to engage. You've been saying that Muslims are running from you for 100 years. What's your excuse now? We are running towards you, not away from you. We're running towards you, but you don't want to engage. Brother Rauf is here. Do you want to come on, Brother Rauf? Or Brother Imtiaz should proceed with the video? No, okay. Is here another time maybe. Brother Imtiaz, you want to share your video?
Okay. Who is this? Somebody. There's one other person in the backstage. Who is he?
This one, he's the one who he's verified. He's the one who said that he wants to share something about the naturalist view. I think maybe another 5 minutes he'll be here, so we can proceed with the video.
Okay. Okay. So let me bring that. Actually, I'm just trying to find, if there is any particular point we can see, because I haven't watched that one either, so I don't know that what's the topic, where he's.
I like the part where you showed that Razi just saying it's a lie. He's lying. And then, subhanAllah, and you presented the evidence that actually that is exactly what he's saying. But Brother Imtiaz, you have to understand something. When they're doing this, they're not doing this actually to refute you. They're actually doing this to satisfy their audience. The people will believe them. And whatever they say, whatever Razi says, they will believe. If you say something, 1 + 1 = 2, and Razi said Imtiaz lied, actually 1 + 1 = 1.5, they will believe him. They will believe him. They will not go and check that, verify any information you give. So it's a good thing that you showed that what Razi said, and you showed the evidence to Declan Handy, and himself, he was laughing. He was laughing at the absurdity of what they're saying. And the funny thing is how he says it with a straight face. When Razi says it, like it's so confident, like it makes somebody's hair raise. Like, how can you be so confident lying? You are lying while accusing others of lying. And if anyone has questions regarding the topic, you can present in the chat. We said it before, but mashallah, the response was that everything is so clear that they don't have any questions.
Brother Umar, if you just, or if Rauf Bhai wants to come, just give me 5 minutes. I'm just trying to find, I think in that same video he said something, or he quote unquote responded to the point of Maryam alayhi salam. I just want to get that exact timestamp. Give me some time.
No problem. Take your time, Brother Imtiaz. I wanted to present to remind the viewers that the narrative of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad that Brother Imtiaz presented is basically he presented what Mirza Ghulam Ahmad says he got from a Jewish rabbi from his research, and his narrative is completely opposite to what the Quran says, because in the Quran we are told that the people they were shocked when Maryam came to them carrying a baby. They were shocked. Brother Adnan is back. Brother Adnan, you're on.
Sorry guys.
Well,
I had to drop out. So Alhamdulillah, any situation, did any of the Ahmadis come for a dialogue or no?
No, but Fatih Islam was calling you liar in the backstage and asking for oaths. He wants to come and take an oath between you and him. So I said no oath taking, because you guys always come here and derail the conversation. This is the whole thing. The only thing that you want to do is to just like Brother Imtiaz, Alhamdulillah, I like the way he dealt with him in the last stream. He told him that you always come here, and at the end, before you leave, you create some dajjal and then leave. So I think that was a good approach, and this is what they aim to do. Like and Fatih Islam, if you're listening, the problem is that you say come to my stream, but your stream has I don't know how many views, and you are not an official representative. Like Brother Bashir said, you are anonymous. We don't know who you are, so we don't see any benefit in engaging with you on your platform. Maybe one of the
To show his
officials, the officials can invite Brother Adnan or Brother Imtiaz without any conditions to call the entire Ummah kuffar. Then we can engage reasonably.
Yes, and they have to show their faces. Come on, what's wrong with you guys? Why you so scared? I mean, you're defending your religion, and you claim to be true Islam, and you're hiding your faces. And the excuse is we can't go to Pakistan, we'll get killed. Why would you get killed for going to Pakistan? For actually having a decent conversation. Who wants to kill you for that? Perhaps you're abusing people's mothers and their daughters and their religion. That's why you may be scared. If you showed your face, people will find out who you are. And the only ones from these Qadianis abusing and using evil, vulgar language, street language, are the ones who are anonymous. Amazingly, the ones who show their faces are very, very polite. Very, very, very polite. Okay? So clearly, there is something very, very funny going on. They don't want to show their faces. The ones who are abusing, using very, very bad language, they are the ones who are anonymous. Show us your faces. Who are you?
Yeah.
Let us see you.
Adnan bhai, I'm going to play something in which Razi has thrown a challenge at yourself and at me, and like we said repeatedly, now Alhamdulillah we have so much confidence. We don't even need to watch their stuff beforehand. So Adnan bhai, I'm gonna play something, then inshallah we'll both respond to his challenge.
Inshallah.
Is it visible now, brother? Okay. Okay, Adnan bhai, let's listen now.
التي أحسنت فرجها. So Hazrat Ahmad alayhi salam made it clear that Hazrat Maryam alayhi salam protected her private part. She did not do adultery, but this doesn't mean she never ever married. Otherwise, we challenge Adnan and Imtiaz. Qiyamah can come, they can't accept this challenge. Tell me in a video that Ahsanat Farjaha means you never married. I dare them to ever say such a thing. They will never say such a thing. Hazrat
Now, Adnan bhai, so this is the challenge he is throwing at us. He said that prove to me from the Quran. Apparently, he was saying that Maryam alayhi salam never ever married. So Adnan bhai, do you want to comment first, or you want me to start the comment?
You can start, inshallah. I'll have my comment.
Okay. Okay, my dear viewers, look at this one. This is called the true deception. We are not making a claim that Maryam alayhi salam was married. Who made the claim? Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is making a claim, and guess what? Inshallah, I'll show it to you in a minute. Okay, he said that it was the mistake of Muslims to believe or to say that Maryam alayhi salam did not marry, and Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is correcting the mistake of the Muslims. So, i.e., there was a position of the Muslims, and that was that according to Quran and according to Sunnah. Let me say one thing: if you are going to quote different historical sources, different opinions, then you have to tell us what is your principle. Because if you can quote, for example, 5 people from the history books who are saying that, for example, I just suppose, okay, who are saying that after the birth of Jesus, Maryam might have married. If you quote these people, say if you quote 5 people, and in response to that, I quote 10 scholars, okay, what would that prove? It will not prove anything, number one. And number two is, why is it you are telling people day in, day out that your beliefs are based on the Quran and Sunnah? And according to your Jamaat, all the Muslim scholars, they are the worst creature under the under the sun. According to your Jamaat, Nauzubillah, Muslim scholars are like the pigs and the monkeys. According to your Jamaat, the Islam we have is rotten Islam. It is the dead Islam. And Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was the one who was to bring the actual Islam of Quran and Sunnah. Then on this principle, Mr. Razi, why are you deceiving people? You are the one, your Messiah is the one who made this claim that Maryam alayhi salam was married. He must be the one to bring the evidence. Number, okay, because we did not make a knowledge claim. Your guy is making a knowledge claim, and on principles, you need to bring the evidence. Number one. And number two, if you want to quote any of historical sources in which people are saying the possibility of this marriage after the birth of Jesus, it will not prove your point for two reasons. Number one, for you, these scholars are the worst creature under the sun. And number two, for you, your belief has to be based on Quran and Sunnah. Now, next point is very important. Guess what, Razi? Now I'm going to give the Quranic evidence, Alhamdulillah, okay, that Isa alayhi salam, Maryam alayhi salam did not marry. Look at this one. Let me share my screen. And inshallah, if anybody is watching right now, and if they are sincere and truthful, I will highly encourage those Ahmadis that please check this evidence. Okay, look at this one. Surah Maryam, okay, the exactly same surah in which these issues are supposed to be addressed, right? I'm gonna first quote ayah number 14 of Surah Maryam, okay? And in this ayah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is mentioning Yahya alayhi salam. And look at the wording. وَبَرًّا بِوَالِدَيْهِ وَلَمْ يَكُنْ جَبَّارًا عَصِيًّا. That Yahya alayhi salam, dutiful to his parents, not the world. Biwalidayhi, okay, dutiful to his both parents, and he was not a disobedient tyrant, right? Now look at same Surah Maryam, ayah number 32, same construction. Look what the ayah says, because this time the ayah is about Isa alayhi salam. Wa barram biwalidati walam yaj'alni jabbaran shakiya. And Allah says that we made him dutiful. Basically, it's in the first person. Jesus is saying that Allah is speaking to him that, and we made, and Jesus is saying, and made me dutiful to my mother, and he has not made me a wretched tyrant. Now, everybody, please pay attention. It is this surah, it is mentioning about the birth of two prophets, Yahya alayhi salam and Isa alayhi salam. When it comes to Yahya alayhi salam, i.e. John, what it says, that he was dutiful to his parents. And when it talks about Isa, it says dutiful to his mother. Now, if even Joseph the carpenter, even if he was going to be the stepfather of Isa alayhi salam, it was still obligation of Isa alayhi salam to be dutiful to him. Nobody can say, okay? Why is it? Why is it that when Quran talks about Yahya, it says both parents? When it talks about Jesus, it says only his mother. Ji Adnan bhai.
Absolutely. And this challenge of Mr. Razi has been met. Okay. Uh, so as Imtaz Bhai highlighted that you made the claim that she was married, you have to prove it to us from the Quran and from the Sunnah. And clearly it's not in the Quran and the Sunnah. That claim, that uh, point is not there. To the contrary, the evidence we find in the Quran and the Sunnah is basically Mary did not marry. Okay, she was virgin, and there's no evidence that she married. To the contrary, as highlighted by Imtiaz Bhai, she did not marry. If she did marry, the Quran would have mentioned the father as well, the stepfather, albeit a stepfather. Okay, because the stepfather is a replacement of the biological father, right? Because there is no biological father, the husband of the mother is your father. He's like your father, right? So this is why there is no evidence in the Quran and the Sunnah. This was purely Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani's own imagination, and not only that he didn't stick to the biblical narrative, he added to it. He added information to it that cannot be found anywhere in human literature. Okay, unless he was receiving information from shayateen or jinns that were giving him information that cannot be confirmed. So there is no human literature where we find the information Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani put down in his narrative. So uh, there are two options: either you accept that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani was a liar making things up, or produce evidence to what he said, to the claims he made.
Yeah. And Adnan bhai, let me add few more things. As I said before, that I am going to show the evidence that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is saying. This is Malfuzat, volume number 3, page 176. हम इस बात को क्या करें कि ये तारीखी गलती मुसलमानों में पैदा हुई. He says, what should we do about that? That this was the historical mistake came into Muslims, जो सही तारीख से साबित है कि मरियम का यूसुफ के साथ निकाह हो गया था. He says it is established from the authentic history that Maryam was married to Isa alayhis salam. Mr. Razi, it's very easy to throw challenges. Now listen to my challenge. Number one, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is not basing the marriage between Joseph and Maryam on Bible. Why? He clearly said, I will show you in a minute. He said that biblical narrative is false. Now, which means that you cannot use the biblical narrative to establish the marriage. Number one. Number two, according to biblical narrative, everyone knows there's no such thing that Joseph was an elderly married person with the children. Okay, so I can give you 10 reasons. And by the way, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was very clear, anyways, that his evidence is not based on Bible. And in this passage, he is saying that his evidence is Sahih Tarikh. Which one? We want to see. He was lying. There is no such thing, because you cannot use Bible. Why? Because biblical narrative of marriage is something else which Mirza has rejected. Okay, now where is that historical authentic history? Because we have the historian with us, Adnan Rashid Bhai. We want to see that authentic history which says that Maryam was married. Number one. Number two, what was the reason? We want to hear what was the reason that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani has to establish the marriage between Maryam and Joseph, despite the fact he was saying that this nikah. By the way, Razi, don't deny this, okay? I want you to show me a single quote where Mirza Ghulam Qadiani said the following, that the nikah between Joseph and Maryam was jaiz, legitimate, halal. And I will show you right now. He said, ye haram nikah tha, najaiz tha, Taurat ke khilaf tha. He did not dispute that point. On what he did is, he was trying to say that, look, you need to have mercy for the family. because the family was pushed to the point they had no other option. He's conceding, Razi, that the nikah was not legitimate according to the law of Moses, i.e., the law of Allah at that time. Now, my question to you is, why is it, and on what basis, from which sources, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was forced that he must acknowledge and establish this marriage? And last point is this, Mr. Razi, here's my point to you. You need to tell us that according to the law of Moses, if nikah or marriage in pregnancy is haram, which Mirza has accepted and conceded, can this excuse, oh, family was forced, can this excuse be a legitimate reason for this nikah to be halal? And if not, and definitely not, then on what basis, what is your evidence to prove that the nikah was a legitimate nikah? And most important thing is, why is it that Ahmadiyya Jamaat is saying day in, day out that your beliefs are based on Quran and Sunnah, but when we ask you evidence, you cannot produce anything? So watch to this response and address the actual point. And let me give you, in summary, there are 4 points you need to address. Point number 1, why is it when Quran talks about Yahya alayhi salam, it mentions both parents? When it talks about Isa alayhi salam, it says only his mother. Please explain. Point number 2, what is that source of information on which Mirza Ghulam Qadiani based this belief that there was a marriage between Joseph and Maryam? Because, as I said before, he rejected the biblical narrative. And point number 3, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani conceded, and you can never produce any evidence that he ever said that this nikah was a legitimate nikah. Okay, now before I end, let me show you the evidence where Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is accepting that this nikah was not a legitimate nikah. Okay, first of all, look at this reference that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani rejected the biblical narrative. Look at this one. It says Goya Maryam, इसके मुकाबल पे जो इंजीलों में बयान है, it says that on the contrary, what the gospels say, that the marriage between Maryam and Joseph was just an ordinary marriage and it always happened. He says ये बिल्कुल द्रोह और बनावट है. It is absolute fabrication and lie. What I'm trying to say is, don't ever try to use biblical narrative, because Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, your Hakam and Adal, has rejected that narrative. You need to tell us what was the source, what was the authentic history Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was using. Okay, now let me show you that according to them, according to Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, this nikah was a haram nikah. Okay, let me show you that. And then you need to tell us, where did he say that this nikah was halal? Okay, let me, give me 1 second. Yes, so this is the first reference. It says that Maryam ने खावंद कर लिया और तौरात के हुक्म को तोड़ दिया. It says that Maryam married and she broke the command of Torah. One reference. Let's move on. It says that this nikah occurred because the elders of Maryam, they doubted her pregnancy. Okay, and now I will show you more reference with regard to this haram thing. Okay, because this is the key point here. Okay, yeah, look at this one. ऐसा निकाह तौरात के खिलाफ है. This marriage was against the law of Moses, i.e., the law of Allah at that time. Second reference. Okay, it says that Maryam का निकाह हमल में किया गया जो शरअन जायज ना था. The marriage of Maryam took place in pregnancy, which was not legitimate, and something which is not jaiz is called haram. Okay, so Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is declaring this nikah as a haram nikah. Look at this one. Hamla ka nikah karna jaiz nahi hai. It says clearly, according to law of Taurat, it was not legitimate to marry someone in pregnancy. Okay, and now look at this one. तौरात की रूह से बिल्कुल हराम और नाजायज था. Mr. Razi, are you listening? And you must be listening right now, okay? Because you gave us a challenge. Now live up to the challenge, okay? He says that तौरात की रूह से बिल्कुल हराम और नाजायज था कि हमल की हालत में किसी औरत का निकाह किया जाए. It says it was absolutely haram and illegitimate that a woman is married during pregnancy. Now, Mr. Razi, in response to these clear, explicit, black and white reference, I'm asking you to give me one reference where Mirza Ghulam Qadiani said that this nikah was jaiz, halal, according to Taurat. Okay, now the only thing he was saying is this. The only thing he was saying is this. Let me show you that thing. This is what he was saying. I want to show, yeah, this is all. He said that मगर मैं ये कहता हूं ये सब मजबूरियां थी जो पेश आ गई, इस सूरत में वो लोग काबिल रहम थे ना काबिल एतराज. He says that the family was forced, forward to enter Maryam alayhi salam, nauzubillah, in a haram nikah. He says the family was forced to do that because Maryam was pregnant and they wanted to hide the pregnancy. That's why they did this. Okay. Now, my question to you is, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, because this is the only passage you dare to quote. Okay. And in this passage, he's not denying, he's not saying that nikah was halal. All he's saying is he's trying to justify a haram act by saying that you need to look at the family with empathy. So make a video and respond to that. Ji Adnan, you want to add something, bhai?
I just want to add one point which is very, very disturbing. Mirza said that in authentic histories it has been stated that Joseph the carpenter was married to Mary and they both had children. Now you have shown conclusively that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani stated this nikah was haram, it was against the law of Allah, it was against the law of Torah, right? So it was a haram nikah. The question is now the children born to Mary, Maryam alayhi salam, from haram nikah, according to the law of Allah and according to the Sharia and according to the Torah. Okay, what are those children?
Yeah.
What are those children? Mary's children. A'udhu billah, thumma a'udhu billah, naqle kufr, kufr nabashid. Were those children not haram? If the nikah, if the relationship is haram between Joseph the carpenter and Mary, as per Mirza's clear statements, then the children are also haram. This is why we are saying that Mirza accused Maryam alayhi salam of adultery. Whether it was forced or voluntary, that's not the point here. Whether Maryam alayhi salam was forced into this or whether it was, her consent based, or whether she was basically simply in a relationship against her wishes. The point is the relationship is haram. The children born of this relationship cannot be legitimate. So Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani, without realizing possibly, he made such a big blunder that he could not, and maybe his Jamaat did realize. His Jamaat did realize, and that's why they want to avoid this discussion. That's why they are not here to defend this Dajjal liar. Okay? Because he's calling one of the greatest women in history, basically, not in so many words, he's saying that she was in a haram relationship, which was not legitimate. And he doesn't even defend her. He does not defend Maryam al Islam. He doesn't say that, oh, this nikah was actually halal for such and such reason. She was not guilty of any wrongdoing. Okay,
Yeah.
but he doesn't do that. He's actually saying the nikah was haram. She
Yeah.
was forced into this nikah against her wishes and she was married to Joseph the carpenter, and then she had children. So the
And,
children, yeah,
yeah, and Adnan bhai, because you raised this point of children, now let me show you something interesting bhai here. This
yeah.
first reference, Malfuzat, volume 3, page 175. अम्बाला से एक मुखलिस दोस्त लिखते हैं कि मसीह के भाई बहनों का जो हजरत अकदस ने जिक्र किया है, इससे शुबा होता है कि यूसुफ गोया मसीह का बाप था. It says that one of the sincere follower of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani from Ambala, he is saying that when Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is talking about the children, the children through this marriage between Maryam and Joseph, it says that it creates a doubt. Please pay attention, people. It says it creates a doubt that maybe Joseph was the father of Isa alayhi salam. And this is exactly we are trying to point out with this marriage narrative. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani has clearly clouded the virgin birth narrative, and no surprise that Lahori Jamaat today believe that Joseph was the father of Nauzubillah Isa alayhi salam, like the biological father. So what I'm trying to say is what we are pointing out, that's not just our assumption. This is actually happened in the followers of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani. And look at this one. यसु मसीह के 4 भाई और 2 बहनें थी. नेक्स्ट पॉइंट अदनान भाई इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. ये सब यसु के हकीकी भाई और हकीकी बहनें थी. यानी ये सब यूसुफ और मरियम की औलाद थी. अदनान भाई, obviously माशाल्लाह you know Urdu better than anybody, who's sitting here, at least not me. Adnan bhai, what is the meaning of hakiki bhai and hakiki behne?
It means real, real. Hakiki means actual, real, in reality. This is what it means.
Yes. So now, are we saying, people, please don't twist our words. Are we saying that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is saying in this passage that Joseph was the real father? We are not saying that. But what we are definitely saying is following, that what Mirza Ghulam Qadiani has written, it has opened the doors for his own followers to start believing that Yusuf was the actual biological father. And if you look at this passage, how come? Why is it Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is telling us that every single letter and every single word, and don't forget, I have already shown the reference. Mirza said every single letter and every single word, har lafz or har harf, what he was writing or speaking, there was a ruh which was speaking to Mirza Ghulam Qadiani. How come he used the term Hakiki Bhai or Hakiki Bane? And guess what? Look at this one. मलफूजात वॉल्यूम 5 पेज 283. हालांकि ईसा के और भाई और बहन थे, इन कमबख्त मुसलमानों को इतना ख्याल नहीं आता कि ईसा के 5 भाई और 2 बहनें थी जो कि मरियम के पेट से पैदा हुई थी. The reason I'm quoting this one because of the question raised by Ustad Adnan Rashid Bhai. He said, if the nikah between Maryam and Joseph, if this nikah is illegitimate, what about these children? On what basis, on what ground you will declare that they were the legitimate children? Okay, and this is it. Adnan bhai, over to you if you want to add something else.
Oh, absolutely. This opens up a real big can of worms for Mirza Qadiani and his Jamaat. They have to now tell us, first of all, the story is completely baseless. There is no basis to this story. Okay, it's not from the Quran and Sunnah. Mirza landed himself and his Jamaat in a huge ditch by coming up with these false lies and stories that cannot be found in the Bible as well. Okay, he's saying that Mary had this many children who were actually real brothers and sisters of Jesus Christ. Okay, so they can come back and say, oh, he means by actually that they were born of Mary. This is how they were actually his brothers and sisters, not by Joseph. This doesn't mean that Joseph was the father of Jesus. This actually means that they were actually real brothers and sisters of Jesus Christ because they were born from the same womb as was Isa alayhi salam or Jesus. But the problem still stands. The problem still stands. The problem is that if they were born of Joseph, as Mirza confirms, and the relationship with Joseph was illegitimate, haram, according to the Sharia, the law of Allah or Torah, then what is the status of these children, these 5 brothers and 2 sisters?
Yeah.
These 7 children, who are they?
Yeah.
According to the law of Allah, according to Torah, according to the Sharia of Allah, they are A'udhu billah, thumma a'udhu billah, haram children. You cannot escape this conclusion. There is no way out of this. There is no way, no other way to explain this. And now do you wonder why these Qadianis have run away? Why the Murabbis, they don't have the guts to come and face us and talk to us? Because they don't have answers to this. They have no answer to this. And they don't even have the courage to accept that their so-called prophet messed up. Mirza messed up. They don't have the courage to say that because that will mean he was a liar. He was not a prophet of God. And therefore, their paycheck is not coming next month. That's it. That's the problem. This is the problem.
And yeah, and Adnan, by obviously, because we know for sure that there are many sincere people from their community. They are watching this live stream right now, or they'll be watching in the future. I want to show them that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was having some animosity against this blessed family. Let me give you one example, and please, I'm asking, I'm begging you, make your conscience the judge between us and your Jamaat. Look at this one. Volume number 19, page 379 of Ruhani Khazain. Iski maa ka naam Siddiqa rakha. This is all Qadiani are telling you. But read the next bit. क्योंकि यहूदी इस पे नाजायज तोहमत लगाते थे. It says that Maryam alayhi salam is called Siddiqa, the truthful one, because the Jews, they used to blame her. Now read the next bit. So मरियम का सिद्दीका नाम रखना इस गरज से नहीं था कि वो दूसरी पाक दामन और सालिया औरतों से अफजल थी. सुभान अल्लाह और सुभान अल्लाह. It says that if Quran has called Maryam alayhi salam as Siddiqa, it does not mean that she was more pure and more righteous and more virtuous than the other righteous women of her time. Look at this one. बल्कि इस नाम के रखने में यहूदियों के एतराज का जब और दफा मकसूद था. It says that this name or this title was given, i.e. that the Siddiqa was given to her just to refute the blames of Jews. Now my question is, according to Quran, Allah says in the Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent angels, and those angels, they spoke to Maryam, and what did they say? They said that, O Maryam, Allah has selected you over Nisa al-Alameen, over all the women of your time. Why I'm adding your time? Because Azwaj Mutahharat, the wives of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, they are the top women of all time. But Maryam alayhi salam, according to Quran, look at this verse on the screen right now. What it says that when the angel said, "O Maryam, Allah has chosen you and purified you and chosen you over the women of all the worlds." This is Allah telling you. And Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is saying that if Maryam is called Siddiqa, it does not mean that she was above other women of her time. It is directly opposing to what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has said. I just want to give you one more thing. Look at this one. Volume 19, page 380. हजरत याहिया की पैदाइश का निशान बहुत साफ रहा. It says that the miracle of the birth of John, Yahya, it was very clean. क्योंकि इनकी माँ पे कोई नाजायज तोहमत नहीं लगाई गई. Because no objection was raised on the mother of Yahya alayhi salam. और बवजह इसके कि वो बांझ थी, तोहमत का कोई महल भी ना था. And because she could not give birth to a child, so nobody can put any allegation. And now read the next bit and make your conscience the judge between us and your Jamaat. Mirza says, Hazrat Maryam pe tohmat लगाई गई. It says Maryam alayhi salam was accused of adultery or fornication. और इस तोहमत ने, are you listening people, इस तोहमत ने हजरत ईसा की विलादत के आजूबा को खाक में मिला दिया. He said that when Maryam was blamed, because of this blame, the miraculous birth of Jesus was ruined. It was humiliated. It was destroyed. Subhanallah. If people are accusing an innocent woman, why she has to pay the price for that? Why Mirza Ghulam Qadiani has to say this? What I'm trying to show to you, and let me actually show you more. Look at this one. It says Malfuzat, volume 5, page 85. हजरत मसीह की माँ की निस्बत जो सिद्दीका का लफ्ज आया है, it says that if the mother of Isa alayhi salam is called Siddiqa, it is only to lift the allegation from her, because Jews were accusing her that she is not a good woman. And then it says कुरान शरीफ ने सिद्दीका कह के इनको इन इल्जामों से दूर किया. It says Quran has called her Siddiqa just to clear her from all of the accusations. And then it says इसमें कोई खसूसियत और कोई फखर की बात नहीं है, सॉरी, और कोई फखर साबित नहीं होता. Subhanallah, why Mirza Ghulam Qadiani has to say that if Quran is calling Maryam alayhi salam Siddiqa, it does not mean that she was any special woman, or she can be proud of that. And then it says ईसाई इस और ना ईसाई कुछ फायदा उठा सकते हैं. He says that Christians cannot benefit from this thing that Quran has called Maryam as Siddiqa, बल्कि इनको तो ये उमूर पेश भी नहीं करने चाहिए. It says the Christians must not even present this information. What I'm trying to say is, Maryam alayhi salam, before even the birth of Isa alayhi salam, before even she is given the good news of the birth of Isa salam, before that she is being told that, oh Maryam, Allah has chosen you above all the women of your time, and Allah has purified you. At that time, there was no accusation. Quran is and by the way, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and Umar bhai, if you can please bring the hadith as well, please. He said that amongst men there are many who perfected their religion. Amongst the women there are few, and amongst them he quoted who? To Maryam alayhi salam. What I'm trying to say is, what was the need for Mirza Ghulam Qadiani? Why he has to say that Maryam alayhi salam has no virtue over other women of her time? Why he has to say this? And let me end this with one last thing, and I know it's getting a bit longer, but these things are important, because these things are going to open up the eyes of a common Ahmadi that there was some special animosity which Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was unfortunately having against Maryam alayhi salam. Just give me 1 second and I will show you that. And then inshallah I will get to the next point. Okay, so where is that? Okay, now look at okay, let me share my screen. Oh yes, this is the hadith. Umar bhai, can you read the hadith in the meantime?
Yes. It says many men have attained perfection, but no women have attained perfection except Maryam bint Imran and Asiya, the wife of Fir'aun. And the superiority of Aisha over other women is like the superiority of tharid over all other foods.
Yeah.
So basically, the hadith is showing that for men, many have attained perfection, but for women, very few have reached that level of. Only Maryam alayha salam and Asiya, the wife of Fir'aun. This is the hadith that Brother Imtiaz was mentioning earlier.
Yeah, thank you very much. And why I mentioned that? It's very clear. It's very, very clear that both Quran and Hadith, they are declaring that Maryam alayhi salam is a special blessed lady. Authentic Hadith is counting her amongst the top 4 women of all time. Just imagine, she is being counted amongst the 4 top women of all time. Why Mirza Ghulam Qadiani has to say that there is no speciality in Maryam alayhi salam? Why he has to say this? You need to address this point, Mr. Qadianis. And now let me show you this last reference so you can seal this matter with this one. Look at this last reference. I'm just trying to show to you that there was some special animosity going in the mind of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani against this blessed family. Okay, look at this one. Okay, it says Malfuzat, volume number 3, page 356. It says that in par, yani upon Isa alayhi salam, इन पर हजरत सल्लम के बड़े एहसानात हैं कि आपने हर एक किस्म के इल्जाम से इनको बरी किया जो यहूदी इन पे लगाते थे. It says that Jesus and his mother, they are under great favors from Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, because it is Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam who cleared them from the allegations of the Jews. वरना वो तो बेचारे जिस दिन पैदा हुए इस दिन से लोगों की लानत के मोरिद हुए. It says that otherwise the day he was born he was under the curse from the people. Subhanallah. So there's one story Quran is telling you, that when Maryam alayhi salam gave birth to Isa alayhi salam and she went to her people, as soon as people raised the objection, what happened? Allah made Isa alayhi salam to speak from the cradle, from the lip of his mother, and to testify that he is the servant and he is the Nabi of Allah and his mother is pure. Okay, now you tell me on what basis Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is saying that the day Isa was born he was under the curse from the people. And then look at this one. और यहूदियों ने इनके साथ थोड़ी की है, and look at what Jews have done to him. इब्तदा भी इनकी लानत है. Look at this one. This is Mirza Ghulam Qadiani speaking about a prophet of Allah. इब्तदा भी इनकी लानत है और इंतहा भी लानत है. He says that Nauzu billahi min zalik. It says that the beginning of the life of Isa is with the curse and his life is ending with the curse. Okay. दरअसल तो इनका कोई मुसद्दिक नजर ही नहीं आता. It says there is no one who testifies to the truthfulness of Isa alayhi salam. यहूद तो लानत करते थे. It says that Jews, they used to curse him, लेकिन जो हवारी थे वो भी लानत करते थे. But it says, but not only Jews, even the disciple used to curse him. एक ने इनमें से 3 बार लानत करके उनको छोड़ के चले गए. One of his disciples, I think he is referring to Peter here, that Peter left him after cursing him 3 times. सिर्फ आप सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम ही इनके मुसद्दिक बने. It is only our prophet who has testified to him. हर एक ऐप से इनकी बरियत की, and he cleared him from all defects or all demerits. भला इससे बढ़ के और क्या एहसान हो सकता है? इसे what can be the bigger favor than this by our prophet on the Isa and his mother, के बजाय लानत के रहमत का खिताब दिया, that there are that instead of curse Prophet gave him the title of mercy and rahma. और अब 95 करोड़ मुसलमान रहमतुल्लाहि अलैहि रहमतुल्लाह का लफ्ज बोलते हैं. It says now they are close to 100 million Muslims who are declaring to Isa, may the mercy be upon you. Now I'm asking you only one thing. According to Quran, there is no such thing as Isa alayhi salam was under the curse, because Qadiani Jamaat is claiming for more than 100 years that their beliefs are based on the Quran. I dare you bring from the Quran. Where is it in the Quran that the day Isa was born, people started to curse him? Where is it? Because Quran tells us the day he was born, he was cleared. Allah made him speak from the cradle, right? Why are you rejecting all of that? And then what the reason I quoted this passage and the other passages to let you see this one thing. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani has some special animosity. Please understand this point. I'm giving you ample evidence. If you want to reject it, it's your choice. Thank you very much. Allahu Akbar.
And Imtiaz Bhai, one of the points you mentioned, that Jesus, his birth, virgin birth, was completely
Ruined.
undermined, ruined. Yes,
Yes.
ruined
Yes.
by the accusation. But amazingly, the Quran uses the virgin birth of Isa al-Islam as a virtue, as a point to show that not only Isa alayhi salam was special, even Maryam alayhi salam was special. Allah
Yes.
is using the birth of Isa alayhi salam as a miracle, as evidence to prove that both Maryam and Isa alayhi salam were noble characters and had miraculous things done to them because of these noble characters. But
Hmm.
Mirza is saying actually the accusations against her ruined the virgin birth of Isa alayhi salam.
Yeah.
How was that ruined when Allah is saying, in the Quran that Isa alayhi salam is like Adam in similitude. They are
Yeah.
both similar, and when Allah wants something to be, He simply says be, and it becomes. So Allah is using it as an example of His power. How was it ruined? If it was ruined, then why is Allah using it as an argument in the Quran? Simple.
Yeah, and non by obviously, they will say, oh, look at the Christians, they were making Isa Islam as a god. Guess what? When Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was preaching to the Christians in Medina, okay, when the Christians came to debate him from Najran, okay, why is it that Prophet did not use all of this rubbish? Simple.
Exactly.
Think about this.
Exactly. 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 Is there anyone in the background of them? And Imtiaz Bhai?
Uh,
None of
Omar, do you have somebody who wants to come?
Yes, the Ahmadi's answered is here. I'll bring him on now. And then we have another person who just joined. He said he's an Ahmadi. But because Ahmad is answered, he said he will not take long. So I think we should bring him on.
Yeah, no worries.
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi. Go ahead.
It's very good to hear your voices. Jazakallah for your streams. I won't take very long. I just wanted to, because I know we're talking about the virgin birth. I don't want to put forward any of my own beliefs. I just want to say something very simple. I just want to explain to any Ahmadi who believes that the virgin birth is possible in natural law. I'd want to give since 1990.
Brother,
If
brother, yes, some problem on your side. You being interrupted. Your internet is not stable, I believe.
can you hear me clearly when I'm talking?
Yeah, you were gone for a minute, so if you can repeat.
Okay, what did you hear me say? Essentially, I'll just repeat what I said. I just want to
Brother,
put forward,
before you say something,
yeah.
are you giving some evidence on what and what you want to prove?
I want to explain the naturalist explanation for the virgin birth and why that would be very offensive. But I just want to explain the science behind what a naturalist virgin birth would be, because
Okay,
this is
okay.
something that's often pushed by the Ahmadis, but it's not something that they have actually thought about, it appears. Is that okay?
Can you please be very brief if you don't mind?
Yeah.
He's
Yeah,
a
yeah.
Muslim, by the way, Brother Imtiaz.
That's fine. That's fine.
And we've met Imtiaz by.
Bismillah, brother. Go ahead.
So very quickly, humans have 46 chromosomes. Healthy women have 2 X chromosomes. Healthy men have 1 X chromosome and 1 Y chromosome. Healthy women do not have a Y chromosome. The reason they don't have a Y chromosome is because there's a certain gene on there that is crucial for male development. Without that gene, a man cannot develop into a man. And that same gene, if put into a healthy woman, will make them develop male characteristics. This gene was actually only discovered in 1990. So if you believe in the virgin birth, and if you believe that it was within the laws of nature, you then have to affirm that Mary alayhi salam had a genetic anomaly, either through mutation, mosaicism, or chimerism, which meant that she carried male cells. Or it means that you're going to say that Isa alayhi salam was a genetic female with 2 X chromosomes, and he had disorder of sexual development, and that he was genetically female but just developed male characteristics through some disorder. So if you want to follow through with that belief, if you're an Ahmadi who believes that the virgin birth can be within natural law, these are your only two options since we found this gene in 1990. So that's all I wanted to say, if that's okay.
That's fine. That's fine. Yes, people can relate to that. Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam, brother. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming.
If I understand, he meant that if you would have to say that Jesus was a woman, that Jesus was not a man.
There were only two options. Either Mary had somehow male cells inside her with a Y chromosome or SRY gene, or that Jesus was born as a woman and just developed male characteristics because of some
Astaghfirullah.
abnormality. That's the only two
Astaghfirullah.
options in natural law.
To your
And it's
surprise,
something.
sorry, Ahmad. To your surprise, as always, Mirza has adopted both options.
Astaghfirullah.
And before somebody just tried to assume that, I'm just saying it, let me show you on the screen that why I'm saying that, what two options this brother has plotted. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani has accepted both. Actually, he has gone for both. Okay, so let me show you the first option.
Yeah, that Mary had male cells and Jesus lacked full male development. He
Exactly.
he stated both positions, by the way. Okay, that Mary actually had male cells, and the fact that Jesus was born with some defects, lacking male development.
Yeah.
And I've heard of this, and the thing is, these two are hypotheticals that can only happen if many other things were correct. But the biochemical precursors for any of these things to happen, there's no evidence for them ever happening. There's no evidence that they can happen.
Yes, there isn't.
So,
There's no medical evidence. There's no precedent. There's no example in human history
Yeah.
where a female within herself got pregnant without male intervention and gave birth to a child.
Yeah.
It's
so
not
And
happening.
yeah, just to
I'll
just
take your leave now, brothers,
yeah, just
but it's just for Ahmadis to think about. Jazakallah.
yeah, just to conclude, whilst you are here, Ahmed. So look at this one. So this is basically Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is affirming the first option. Okay, let me just read the last part. Okay, it says that according to the research, there are some women who have both masculine and feminine powers, and when their semen is stimulated by some sexual excitement, pregnancy can occur. And such stories are found in the Hindu books as well. Volume 23 of the Khazain, page 226. So this is when Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is affirming that first option you plotted, brother, in which you said that she was having both powers. And now I show that way Mirza Ghulam Qadiani affirmed the second option as well. Volume 20, page 356. Okay, it says here that yes, it says that इस पैदाइश से कोई बुजुर्गी इनकी साबित नहीं हो. Again, look at the level of animosity. He says that if Isa alayhi salam was born without father, it does not prove any virtue for him. And then he says, बल्कि बगैर बाप के पैदा होना, he says, rather because of being born without father, बाज कवा से महरूम होने पे दलालत करता है. It says that it actually implies that Jesus was lacking some faculties. Now, in this one, he has given us one piece of information. And what is that? That because Jesus was born without father, so he was lacking some faculty. In this passage, he did not explain that which faculty was that, number one. And before I move on, look at the beginning of the passage. In this passage, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is clearly saying that what does he believe? It says, अगरचे कुरान शरीफ की तालीम की रूह से हम ये एतकाद रखते हैं. He said, despite the fact, because of Quranic teachings, we believe. And then the passage continues. So there's no doubt that he was talking about his own belief. But what he said here, that Isa was missing some faculties, right? Now let's use his own writings. What was it? Look at this one, volume 9, page 392. It says that there's a big objection that Christ could not put forward any practical example of a true and perfect relationship with the spouses simply because he was totally deprived of the highest of all masculine qualities. Again, what I'm trying to say is, in response to this one, what Qadianis are saying, what the Murabbis are saying, oh, in this passage, he was referring to the biblical Jesus. Hang on a second. There is one thing that is undeniable. He said that Isa alayhi salam, because of being born without father, he was lacking some human faculties, right? Now we are trying to fill that through his own writings, that this was the masculine faculties. If your claim is no, it's not true, then you still need to tell us what was what were those faculties which Jesus was lacking because of being born without father. You tell us. Okay, Brother Ahmed, if you want to say something or you want to finish here.
Yeah, no, it was just I know it's something that probably doesn't make a sense to a lot of people who are listening. It might have been a bit too scientific, but it's just to target those Ahmadis who like to be very scientific and claim that these things are possible in natural law, like the True Islam UK guys who've claimed several times that the virgin birth is possible naturally, etc., etc. That in order for you to believe that beyond the science, you have to believe these two things: either Mary alayhi salam was faulty, or Isa alayhi salam was born a woman. And Jazakallah.
Thank you, brother. And you know, brother, I'm actually, I must thank to you that this is the first time actually we got another question for them. That if the first statement of Mirza was right, in which he said that both masculine and feminine powers were existing within Maryam, it means that the second statement, when he is saying that because Isa was born without father, he was lacking some traits. So these two things don't add up. One of them, actually for us, both of them, or for reason, one of them has to be wrong, right, brother?
Yeah, of course. And actually, if Mary had some male faculties because of mosaicism or chimerism, which are two biological ways that you can have a different person's cells in your body, that
Yeah,
would mean that she obtained male cells
yeah,
from a male twin in the womb. And
yeah.
if that male twin was the father of Isa, then that would mean that Isa was a product of incest. Astaghfirullah. So
Subhanallah.
this is just, it's a rabbit hole. It might not make sense to a lot of people,
Yeah.
but if it does make sense to you, I'd like you to think about that.
Thank you, brother. Thank you very much. Actually, I really appreciate that. Even though we have discussed this point in the past as well, but really after you presented this side, now we can see that it's actually more problematic because they are actually having two positions, and both of them cannot be right, rationally speaking, at the same time. And by the way, this is not, Adnan, by look at this one. I give people one example to make this point clear, that this was Mirza's position in everything. For example, in the case of Muhammadi Begum, if the family of Sultan Beg will repent, this was one possibility. As a result of that, what will happen? Sultan Beg will not die, and Muhammadi will not come into marriage of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani. That was option A, and the outcome of option A. Option B was, if family will not repent, then Sultan Beg will die and Muhammadi will come in the marriage of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani. Guess what? In this case, Mirza was holding on to both. He was saying that because Sultan Beg has repented, that's why he did not die. At the same time, he was saying, Muhammadi will come to my nikah. Did you get it, Nan, by this point?
Yes, absolutely. And in both cases, uh, he was trying to somehow reconcile the blunder,
Yeah,
and he failed absolutely because there was a blunder He failed to reconcile. There was no reconciliation, absolutely. You could not reconcile the two things.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
How can Sultan Beg be alive and be married to Muhammadi Begum and then she
Yeah,
marries him? The husband remains alive, he doesn't divorce her. She's married to him. How will Mirza marry a married woman? Is the question,
yes.
right? If he repented, then he should have divorced her so that she
Yeah,
can marry the true prophet of God, so called. But he didn't divorce her. He had
yeah,
children with her,
yeah,
Sultan Beg. And then Muhammadi Begum does not marry him. Never. She remains in the nikah of Sultan Beg. So what repentance? Repentance for what? And Mirza's Takdir Mubram is never fulfilled. His unchanging destiny never occurs because he said his nikah to Muhammadi Begum is unchanging destiny. It will definitely occur. It will have to happen before he dies. It never
mm,
happened. There you
mm-hmm.
go. That's it.
Yeah, yeah. So, Brother Umar, if you want to bring the next guest from the backstage.
Yeah, this is an Ahmadi who came here before. And but before that, Brother Imtiaz, I would like to encourage the people like the I think it's a doctor who just left. This guy, because there's many things that they try to play like scientific explanations, but actually it doesn't make sense. But because the layman Muslims or the layman Ahmadis, they don't really have time to go and research this stuff, so they just maybe take their word for it, or the layman Muslim just don't engage anymore. So we encourage the people who have this knowledge maybe to come and just like for a few minutes, 3 to 5 minutes, share with us, and in such a straightforward and simple way that is easy to understand. So I would like to thank him, Jazakumullah khair, and encourage others in a similar, who have a similar knowledge to come and share with us in future. So I'll bring Ahmad now on. So I don't know how long it will take. Welcome to the stream, Ahmad. The floor is yours.
Oh, thank you. Can you hear me, brother?
Yep.
Okay. Actually, I came last week as well. I spoke a bit with you guys. Brother Bashir was also there. I just want to say something about, first of all, like you guys are keep going about these discussions, and it's encouraging in a way to have the dialogue. The As an Ahmadi, I just want to add one thing, which I think it's very important is, um, I mean, if you really want to talk, or you want to give your message to the common Ahmadi, the one thing is very important, and it is that a common Ahmadi is always thinking, and we have always been told that, and we have seen also any kind of persecution or discrimination, especially in Pakistan, since a lot of common Ahmadis are from Pakistan. So we always have seen that the dialogue is not possible because of some kind of discrimination or disrespectful way of reaching. So it's a positive thing that you guys are respectful. What I have seen, it's my opinion. I don't know if other Ahmadis will agree or not, but as far as I'm concerned, I do. um, Maybe you guys are doing it, but I would just push it a little bit more, just to ask. It's just an humble request. If you guys can discourage any kind of discrimination or persecution, because ultimately a common Ahmadi is facing it. Whatever the writings are written in the books, it might be that a common Ahmadi maybe doesn't know them, or not all of them, but ultimately it's a common Ahmadi who is facing the persecution after those writings. And whenever you are engaging with people like Razi or Fateh Islam or etc., they are like the professionals, they know everything. And whenever they are engaging in a dialogue, or they are doing a munazara, and in munazara, people are there to let the opponent down. There is no learning, there is no process of rethinking or researching. It's just like yeah, you know what I mean. But whenever you are going to talk to a common Ahmadi, it's there is some kind of agreement and disagreement as well. So the small portion of agreement, it initiates the thought process. They start thinking about it, they will go and search maybe. So instead of going more and more with these professional Ahmadis, Why not just going to a common Ahmadi and more engaging more and more common Ahmadis? But as I said, it's a bigger the biggest blockade between a common Ahmadi and you. It might be the some kind of discrimination or persecution, which sometimes really mm, change their mindset. They don't go for a dialogue because they have been always told and they have always seen the other people. I know not all non-Ahmadis are the same, but that in the recent or in the past years we haven't really seen a respectful or fruitful discussions. So people are not really confident to go and talk to non-Ahmadis. So in some way, what I will just complete my what I want to say is try to maybe often discourage the non-Ahmadis who are doing some kind of discrimination, who are doing some kind of persecution. I know you cannot stop it. I know you cannot finish it. Of course, it's all over. But while you are doing this, a common Ahmadi or any sane people, they will at least start thinking to get engaged in a dialogue with you with some kind of confidence. When I see Razi is sitting with Adnan Bhai and having a coffee and having a discussion openly, there is some kind of a mindset that okay, Adnan is not like maybe what we have been told. That's why the discussion is happening. But I think when you are going to have the same discussion with a common Ahmadi, there is the process of, as I said, agreement and disagreement, which will initiate the thought process.
Mm-hmm.
So, by engaging these people who are just there for munazara, I think we have to go and talk with people who are really not aware of maybe these writings as I was, and now I'm really searching on it. I think it will be more fruitful. Let's agree, disagree, and anyway, but I think it will be more fruitful. I don't know if I'm able to put my point, uh, but that's all what I wanted to actually say.
जी अदनान भाई.
First of all, thank you, Ahmed, for your input. Really appreciate that. And we want to keep the dialogue civil and, educational. The challenge has been that from the other side, the Qadiani Jamaat and the Murabbis, they haven't been very helpful in this, in this project or this prospect. They haven't been very helpful. They have been very we have a number of conclusions that we have shared in the previous conversations. But I agree with you 100% that we should engage with common Ahmadis, those who are willing to talk, because most of them are not willing to talk. Unfortunately, they've been brainwashed by the Jamaat into thinking that the Muslims are hostile, they are haters, they hate you, they want to kill you, they are they want to destroy you, which is not true. Actually, most Muslims, if anything, they are very, very polite people. They are very uh, enthusiastic in talking to the Ahmadis and inviting them to Islam because they see them as a broken off limb from the same body. You know, once upon a time, the the Ahmadis were part of the Ummah. And then Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani was born, and a group was formed around him, and that group simply broke away due to the beliefs and the ideas and the claims. And we're trying to bring them back to mainstream Islam, Alhamdulillah. So I agree with you. Engagement with common Ahmadis is very, very important. And our intention in doing these streams is to engage with the common Ahmadi. We're not necessarily concerned about the murabbis or the paid, uh, you know, priests, let's say. Okay, we are more concerned about the gullible, decent middle class Ahmadi who is just trying to live a normal life. And we're trying to reach out to them
Yeah.
and trying to convince them that, guys, look, enough is enough. Think about your akhirah. Think about your hereafter. It's not a joke. Life is not a joke that you just ignore it. And just because you like the melas or the, what do you call it? Uh, Salana Jalsa, You just like being there, having food with the rest of the Qadianis, and you like the culture. You feel comfortable. Your comfort, it's just like the Sikhs. They like the Vaisakis, the Mela, right?
Hmm.
Or the Hindu festivals. They like them as well. That doesn't make them right or true. This is something you have to understand. That you really have to seriously study Islam. If you are serious about Islam and you mix with mainstream Muslims, you will fall in love with Islam. You will see how you have been missing out on so much. You have actually divorced yourself from the main body of the Ummah, and you have your own little jalsas going on and your own little gatherings going on, and you don't pray in our mosques. You don't mix with us. That's why you don't know us. So we're trying to reach out to them. So this exercise is just a step in the right direction, hopefully. And inshallah, there's a lot more to come. Imtiaz Bhai, over to you, inshallah.
Ji Adnan bhai, Jazakallah khair. I want to actually show something to Brother Ahmad. Give me 1 second. And Umar bhai, you can say something if you want. I just trying to find something to show him.
Brother Ahmad, are you the one who asked about 735 last week?
735. No, I don't think so. It was me.
It was about the. Are you the one who asked about the finality of prophethood?
No. I didn't engage in any question. No.
All right. Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember you.
Yeah.
Okay. Please check the backstage.
Sure.
The chat in the backstage.
I'm just trying to show, because what Ahmad has said, I just want to show him something, that this is how we are responded.
To the viewers, by the way, I think you're aware of our position on this stream, and all of us, we condemn all violence against people, regardless they are Muslims or non-Muslims. You should not. There should be no violence against them. We condemn that categorically, and we have said this repeatedly before. Brother Imtiaz has said it, but Adnan has said it. We do not condone any violence against any community, whether they are Muslims or non-Muslims.
May I just add maybe a comment in the meantime?
Yeah, please
Okay.
please go ahead.
Okay. Now, Brother Umar was just talking about. So, Brother Adnan also said about the hostility. So that's exactly my point is that when a normal, common Ahmadi wants to engage in any kind of dialogue, the hostility around, the hatred that he felt maybe in the past or by the generations, that needs to be gone. And what I see in your dialogues, there is a potential of lifting away those things. So if you continue and keep going like this, and instead of engaging the professionals, just engage the common Ahmadi. That's my point is, if they get the comfort zone, the comfort level, and the confidence, they will come up. A lots of Ahmadis, I know a lots of Saint Ahmadis, they want to ask a lot, they have a lots of questions. Even my friends, couple of my friends, but they don't really find any platform to go and to ask or to tell something, because every time they have been told, okay, either it's us or either they are haters or they are people who are doing the persecution. So they just see like the party A and party B. So the party A is their own people, and the party B is the who persecute them. So they need to see. No, it's not the same. There are lots of non-Ahmadi who are sane people, respectful people, and they do not do necessarily these things. So that's exactly what I want to say.
Yeah, we agree, Brother Ahmad. I think, Brother Ahmad, you made a very good point about the asking for, especially for the common Ahmadis, because Brother Imtiaz has repeatedly said that there is always two narratives. The Jamaat always has two narratives, and I have seen this myself on the streams of the Ahmadis. Some of the Ahmadis want to ask questions. And the answer they got is just please contact your local murabi. If an Ahmadi or a Muslim comes right now on Imtiaz stream and asks a question, you will most, if it's a straightforward question, Brother Imtiaz will explain it. Brother Adnan will explain it. If I can, I will explain. But I have seen on the other streams that like, please contact your murabbi or let me know which area you are, and I will link you up with somebody. They do not want to address the issues on their streams. The only thing they want to do on their streams is to attack the Muslims, Deobandi, Barelvi, Firqa. That's all they want to do. And I agree with you. The common Ahmadis, if they come here, they're respectful. Inshallah, we'll engage with them and we'll clarify. And if they have any misunderstanding about our position, the Muslims, we will also clarify.
I think there's also
Brother,
one thing. Please.
Ahmad, actually, I was, I don't know why I was not able to log into my X account. I just wanted to show you something. You remember, like, I think it was maybe about a bit over a month ago, even though I don't want to know the details. Razi was, posting things online, videos and tweets that, that somebody just came to him and, somebody was swearing at him, etc., etc. Okay. So when this was on 30th of August, so as soon as he posted this one, this was my response. Despite our disagreements, we condemn violence, be it verbal or physical. That's not the right way. Okay. Now, in response to that, Ahmed, I would say that there was not look. We are not in physically in a battlefield. Yes, we do have the battle of ideas, arguments, etc. In response to this, Ahmed, I would ask you, wasn't it a fair that at least there should have been something from their side, from Razi's side, that yes, I appreciate what Imtiaz, etc. No, nothing at all. Okay. Instead of that, this is what their you can say their Hawariyun were posting. Look at this one. You are the primary cause of fitna, shaitan. You shameless fools hate against us. You shamelessly fuel hate against Ahmadi Muslims by falsely accusing them of disrespecting Rasulullah and etc. etc. What I'm trying to say is that it's not only that we condemn violence, and definitely we have to condemn because this is not part of our religion, but at the same time, when we see something, we directly respond to that as well. But what is the response? I have just shown to you. From Razi's side, there was no acknowledgement, and from the other people, obviously, all of these are the fake IDs. We don't know who is who. Okay, but I have shown you just one response. This is what we get. And by the way, we are not saying that, oh, because he said this, in the future I will be different. No, even if something happens in the future, okay, we're still gonna condemn that. Okay, we don't condone any type of violence. But what I'm trying to say, Ahmad, is this is exactly what we are doing. But despite all of that, there's nothing happening from their side. Your mic is mute, Ahmed.
Yeah, sorry. I was having a problem with the sound. I couldn't hear you clearly. Now it's good. Please.
But did you get the point I made?
Yes, exactly. I got the point. But what I was about to say, you also know that there are also categories. If when I say a common Ahmadi, I mean most of the Ahmadis are from the villages, and they are like simple people like me. There are also people like I really don't want to use the word, but I mean Havaris and the kind of people who are really just keep going. The message that you have just showed. Of course, I do not agree with it.
No, I'm not saying. What I'm saying is, when Razi posted that, and I condemn that as a gentleman, what should Razi have done?
No, of course, he should have appreciated that,
Yes.
and he should have publicly appreciated that.
That's all I'm saying.
No, I do understand that. But what I was saying, I just wanted to say that if your message of condemning these things are going often to the common Ahmadis, um, then it's had a really strong impact, common Ahmadi. When I'm saying common Ahmadi, you need to know that these are from generations, the simple people who were like really like that, the Hathis, like my grandparents and my my parents. um they don't really know about all the writings of the books. They have just been told the good things. I mean, there are lots of things that they don't know. So whenever they are being being told that go to a murabbi, if you have a question, go to a murabbi or go to that person, he will explain you. And there begins, the tawil and the istiaras and everything, which I sorry to say, but I have seen. You cannot go like that far with every. You cannot go for tawil for everything. Maybe it does exist, but not that much. So as I said, that a common Ahmadi, I mean a really simple person, maybe who doesn't know how to read. Those were the generations who really brought up their children's in the very hardcore mindset of Ahmadiyat.
Yeah.
So as you will keep going, I just wanted to say that as much as you can, engage with a common Ahmadi. A common Ahmadi just wants to listen that persecution is wrong. There shouldn't be any persecution. There shouldn't be any discrimination. Then a common Ahmadi will be ready to listen to you. He can answer the murabbis. He can answer the other persons that, see, he's not disrespectful. He's respectful. He's not doing discrimination. He's even against it. Why I cannot have a dialogue with him? Why I cannot have an agreement or a disagreement with him? You need to know that it was the common Ahmadi who 100 years ago followed Mirza Sahib, and it has become like this big today. So if a common Ahmadi starts thinking today different way, if he gets the environment, then there will be another impact. That's only
Actually,
what I.
Brother Ahmad, obviously I cannot share those conversations which people are sending us from their internal groups, in which they're having discussions between themselves. I give you two examples. For example, they were having this discussion that that we have been taught by the Jamaat that the prophethood is continued. But now we are learning from the social media platforms that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, claiming to be the Akhri Mursal, the final last prophet. He said, my people are the last Jamaat, tum Khuda ki Akhri Jamaat ho. And he about himself, he said that I am the last messenger. And by the way, this last messenger, as a translation of Akhri Mursal, it is done by Jamaat itself. So the point I'm making is, so they were having this discussion on this point, that we have been told by the Jamaat, or our elders are thinking that Jamaat Ahmadiyya believes that prophethood is continued. But now we are learning that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is claiming to be the last prophet. So how to reconcile this? So what they said in response, they said, look, don't worry about all of these things. Just stick with the narrative of the Jamaat. That when you are in the public, you just say the prophethood is continued. But as your own belief, just be sure that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was the only one and last prophet to come after Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. I swear by God that this is exactly what they were discussing.
Yes, I you had shown me the last time as well, the last Akhri Mursal.
No,
You
no,
showed me
no, no.
the.
There was the reference, but what I'm telling you right now,
Mhm.
this is the discussion happening amongst the Ahmadis,
Oh
and they
yes,
are
yes, yes, exactly.
basically what I'm
Hmm.
trying to say is, Ahmadi. This is my actual point. The moment they are saying that when you are in the public, our public Jamaat narrative is the prophethood, which is not law bearing prophet, a non law bearing prophet can come, the one who will not cancel the Sharia of Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, such prophet can come. They were saying that in the public, just say this much. But at the same time, in your heart, you have to believe that Mirza Ghulam Qadian is the last prophet. What I'm trying to say is that it shows that they themselves want to be in this delusion.
And you know, the problem of these creating of these delusions, and also that they have really gone far for the tawils. The problem is what I have seen around me, in my friends, in my circle, that a common Ahmadi is now really going far, not just far from Ahmadiyyat, they're really going like towards, you know, the agnosticism and atheism. They really start thinking that way, because they have already been, you know, they have already the hate in their minds about the non-Ahmadis. But now when the Ahmadis are also creating this kind of delusions and all this, they are really going far, because whenever, especially the generations are living in the Europe and the other West, they really ask the question. They started asking the questions, and when the questions are being addressed in this way, what do you expect that which way they will take? So that's the most alarming thing that I have seen around me, that people are going outside of the circle instead of coming back, you know,
Yeah, I agree
just
with you.
because of these delusions, and it's
I
all because of
totally,
this.
yeah, I totally agree with you because some of the conversations I have received, this is exactly what's happening. That they are not interested. You know, for example, what I mean by interested is that they have many of them, if not majority, many of them have no interest that in terms of the proper or right theological position, what is more Quranic or what is according to Islam. They have no interest. They are saying to each other that look, this is our home, Jamaat is our home, okay, and we cannot leave the Jamaat no matter what, even to the point, subhanallah, I wish that I can share this with you, Ahmed, to the point that they are saying that even if it is announced that Jamaat is just a fraud, we are still going to stay Ahmadi. Can you imagine this?
I mean, uh, what can I say? Because it's again a dead mind, and we are creating dead minds again and again, and it's just multiplying. And that's they were already born in a better Islam according to them, and now whenever a couple of them, as I said, in my circle of people, you know, a lot of people, they start asking the questions, and then they start asking the question themselves. We were born in the better Islam, and now even this is not the true one. So what left? Okay, now
Hmm.
I'm going to be an agnostic, I'm going to be an atheist. So this is how it's going, and I don't know why they're not realizing it, why they keep
And this,
going.
Ahmad, this reminds me of what Mirza Ghulam Qadiani said. He said, "अगर मैं झूठा हूँ तो सारा Islam झूठा है." He said that if I am a liar, then Islam is all about a fabrication.
And that's exactly the mindset of today's generation.
Yeah.
It's really concerning. I mean, what can I say? You know it better.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Ahmad. Obviously, we always enjoy this respectful dialogue. Even if it was with a Murabbi, we love to have this respectful dialogue. And by the way, Ahmad, if you go and watch the last stream, the very last stream after which Razi or any of the Murabbis, they started to gradually disappear, they are admitting on camera, we have proof on camera, they are admitting that we have been treated with respect, we have been given enough time, etc., etc. We know for sure because we know from the history that now they wanted to have a cop out because they wanted to not engage in the dialogue and they need some excuse and they are making excuse one after the other. For example, the moment we are saying that don't worry, you don't want to come here, we are ready to come on your platform. Why? Because we care about your community, we want your community to know the truth. So the moment we are ready to come on on their platform, the moment we are having no problem to bring somebody as a moderator, as you know, whoever is going to basically between us and you, who can actually see that who's saying what, you know. If they still are not interested, people should use their mind. People should use their mind. I mean, for example, if today any, you know, Muslim, any Hindu, any Christian, okay, If they come on any social media platform and they say that Nauzubillah, he has the strongest evidence that Islam is a lie, okay, I would say that the Muslim apologists, they are not going to sit in the home. They are going to come on the platform and deal with them with with the strong arguments. So it means that what I'm trying to say, Ahmad, is that yes, we have to be respectful. Who can deny that? Yes, we have to condemn all sort of violence. But there's one thing, Ahmad, which we cannot do on the behalf of common Ahmadis, and that is we cannot make a choice on their behalf. We cannot use mind on their behalf. We cannot even be commonsensical on their behalf. They have to do this.
No, of course, that's very true. One need to think first, and then the others can help. Before taking your leave, I just want to just address the last point that you have raised. Yeah, the dialogue needs to go on, and if someone cannot agree on person like Declan, then who they are going to agree with? I mean, in the middle person. If Declan cannot be the one, then who else? So I think, yeah, we need to go on,
Yep.
and we can have agreement disagreements. And I will all I just I want to say to all my Ahmadi brothers that come up, ask the question, ask yourself first. You might maybe not agree, it's your right, but at least you need to come up and you need to address the question that you have in your mind already. You don't have to necessarily agree with everything, of course.
And before you leave, Ahmad, let me show you something. This was the last live stream on which Razi appeared. Look at this one. On a good note, Razi,
Okay,
look.
Jazakallah. You
Okay.
gave me
Okay.
equal time. You gave me equal time today.
You happy with the way
Yes,
you conduct me?
Alhamdulillah,
Thank you
Alhamdulillah.
very much, Razi. Did you see that?
Oh, where was it? Is it on YouTube? Because I haven't seen this one.
This was the last live stream. Can you please make it bigger, Umar, so I can just play one more time? Razi, let's end on a good note. Razi,
Okay,
look.
Jazakallah. You
Okay.
gave me
Okay.
equal time. You gave me equal time today.
You happy with the way
Yes,
you conduct me?
Alhamdulillah,
Thank you
Alhamdulillah.
very much, Razi. Razi, this was the last live stream, Ahmad, before they started to make the excuse that they are not going to come in the future. I would say that this is what he said before he left the
Hmm.
last live stream.
Hmm.
Now you
I
tell
will.
me.
I just want to say via your stream to Razi that it's really disappointing by seeing the last couple of discussions that he mute the people and he really doesn't give the time and he goes on and on. And I really want to appreciate the non-Ahmadi brothers who are in the recent days having the conversation in with Razi very respectful manner, and they are really having the genuine questions. I mean, so I really want to appreciate those brothers, and I want to say, Razi, please show some patience. I know sometimes it's really too much that you just keep going on and just muting other people. Let them complete, and please let's have a balanced dialogue. Even it's your stream, okay, but please give them time and listen to them. Have some patience, because when you are giving the message, uh, you have to have a big heart. You are approaching the other people, you are giving them message, you need to have a big heart. There will be all kind of questions. You won't get the loose ball all the time. There will be hard questions as well.
Okay, Ahmed, before you leave, let me ask you one thing. For example, as you said that you are at the moment you are doing your own research to know that what is the truth. I mean, is it the Ahmadiyya or is it the Sunni Islam? So may I ask you this question that in your research, what is your criteria? How are you researching?
I mean, first of all, because I am born as an Ahmadi, so I am searching on first on Ahmadiyyat. That what are the things I never came across, and why not, and why are these things written, and in what context. So I'm doing that kind of
Any
research,
example? Any example?
like the recent writings that you have shown of about for example about Hazrat Isa alayhi salam. the writings of Mirza Sahib. I never came across these writings. I never knew that they existed. So I'm really concerned about those, and I'm really reading those as our Ahmadi brothers say, read the 2 pages before and 2 pages after. So I'm trying my best to read the whole context. Also, like the words they have used against the people who didn't agree with him, why he used those words in which context, and then also a couple of his dialogues and monazaras with like Christians or Hindu people. But I'm
In
really
which,
right now
so far,
exploring.
yeah,
I'm sorry.
I got your point. I got your
Mhm.
point, Ahmed. So far, in which direction are you heading? For example, if we take the example of when Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is talking about Isa alayhi salam, about his birth, it's, for example, if you have watched today, when he was saying कि ये भी याद रखने की बात है कि ईसा के अलैहिस्सलाम को झूठ बोलने की भी आदत थी. He says that we need to remember that Jesus had a habit of lying.
So, um, honestly speaking, I'm really distancing myself from all these things because this can't be this can't be acceptable. I mean,
Now, I can understand that. But when you are saying Ahmed, look, forgive me if I'm being a little bit more kind of pinpointed, because when you say that after seeing all of that, you are sort of distancing yourself. What does that mean?
uh, that means that I started thinking about that. Whatever we have been told, it doesn't look like what it is. So what and that's the reason that I start listening to you guys, you people, and also other non Ahmadis.
Got it. Got it.
But I
Ahmed,
cannot really,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, just one thing, Ahmed. In your understanding, obviously we all different. In your understanding, what could be that one thing that could possibly lead you to that point on which you say, you know what, that's it. I can't stay in this Jamaat anymore. What could be that?
If the root is proven wrong, like the root is that Mirza Sahib is the Masih Maud, and he claimed to be the prophet. He came to be the Isa, or the second coming of Hazrat Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. So if that root is wrong, which is already suspicious to me, yeah, then it's already gone. I mean,
No,
it's
obviously,
done.
I understand. Obviously, that is the main big thing, that he was not truthful in his claims. But in order to reach to that conclusion, there are many paths. For example, one of the paths you have taken, as you said, that you are researching the writings of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, where he is talking about Isa alayhi salam. On this particular topic, what do you think that what he should have said that will make you think, you know what, that's it, he can't be a prophet? What is that in this particular case?
I mean, for me, there are already a lot of things that he shouldn't have said.
Okay,
Uh,
now
yeah.
if the Ahmad, look, again, you have every right not to answer if you don't want to answer. If that is the case, okay, then what is stopping you that you still should stay in the Jamaat? What is it?
I, I mean, first of all, what I think that I'm answerable to God, to Allah. Okay,
Of course, of
so
course.
if I am still here, but I know my heart, my mind, which way I'm taking, or the way of thinking has already been changed.
Hmm.
I'm still here. I'm researching. I'm confronting again the people who are convinced that no, we are the right ones. So I really want to initiate the dialogue in between my circle. I want to ask my friends the question that why are you still here? Look what is written. Look what have been said. So I'm
Got
really
it.
I just don't want to go alone, you know. I mean, I don't want to just, you know, fly away and okay, I'm gone, okay, that's fine. But I really do care about the people around me. I want them to also initiate the thought process, you know.
I understand that, Ahmad. But okay, Ahmad, just last two things. One is in the Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that Ku anfusakum wa ahlikum nara, that save yourself and to your family from the fire. So even with regard to family, it first says save yourself. What I'm trying to say, Ahmad, is obviously it's very noble intention that you want to create awareness in the circle around you as well. But at the same time, Ahmad, don't forget, okay, that if something becomes clear to you that look, this can't be from God, or Mirza Ghulam Qadiani could not have been a prophet of God after saying all of this stuff, then in all honesty you should think about yourself as well. At the same time, I'm acknowledging that, I'm appreciating that you are concerned about the other people. And last thing, Ahmed, is this: before you leave, obviously I'm not going to say to you that tell us, what is your number, the unique number ID that you are Ahmadi. There are many people, I can say with 100% surety, okay, there are many people right now, either they are Ahmadis or Muslims, they must be doubting that this person could not have been a part of the Jamaat because the way he is speaking. Okay, because look, we've been talking to Ahmadis for more than, you can say, it's been like over 1 year now, and we have spoken to the common people, we have spoken to, their main guys, etc. So if people, if you would you like to say something, I'm not saying you have to prove to the people, which at least can give some indication to these people who are doubting your own identity. Because people are not, to be honest, I would be very honest with you, because this is not even how even the common Ahmadis speak, to be honest. I don't want to beat around the bush.
Yeah, of course, I cannot disclose my identity as you said, but
Of course.
of course, I know the whole nizam of how they work, how they are kicking out people out of the nizam jamaat. And I would just give you one example. Whenever there is somebody, let's say, has a fight or some kind of, you know, problems, or how you can say, a conflict. Um, there are like two parties. Both of them are kicked out of the Jamaat. So whenever I personally, and my friend, one of my friends, ask the question that how can you kick out somebody from the Jamaat, whereas you say that you are just following the Sunnah, and our Nabi, Akram Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, never did this. He knew that there are a lot of munafiqeens, but he never kicked somebody out of the the circle. For example, how can you that when you're claiming that you are following 100% Nabi Akram sallallahu alaihi wasallam? So they always use the word, no, we are not kicking out of the Jamaat. We are actually kicking out Nizam Jamaat,
Mhm.
which includes the not taking the chanda, or not letting you participate in the jalsas and the other activities. So I do know everything about the system. If somebody doubts, he can come and ask how they plays with the words, and how the nizam, the system, works. how
Okay,
many
well,
how many how many
Ahmed, let me give you example. It's very recent example that one of the murabbis, he's from America. So he is having, some sort of conflict with the Jamaat.
Sorry,
And
I'm really
in
having I can't hear you. Let me just rejoin otherwise, because I can't hear
no
you.
worries, no worries. Okay, Umar, we have let me take Abbas in the meantime. Abbas, are you there?
Brother, Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam. Abbas,
How
how
are
are
you?
you?
Alhamdulillah,
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Brother Adnan, are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, Ahmad, let me talk to Abbas because he was waiting for a long time in the
No,
back
it's
channel.
okay.
Sure.
You can carry on. I actually just wanted to talk to Brother Adnan really quick. I'm not an Ahmadi. I'm an ex-Shia. Alhamdulillah, I'm following the Sunnah right now. It's okay. I'll come back later on. You can carry on.
Okay, no worries, no worries. Sorry. Yes, Ahmed. I was saying that this particular person, the Murabbi, who has having some problem with the Jamaat, and he somehow made his way to Jalsa Salana, and when he went inside the temple for the prayer, so that's when the Jamaat came to know that this guy is here and he should not have been here. So the khuddam or whatever, they came and they just forced him to leave the premise as soon, and they asked him just to leave the place, and just make him took him to his car and asked him to immediately leave. What I'm trying to say is this person has not left the Ahmadiyya religion, okay, but he's having issues with the Jamaat, and as soon as Jamaat realized that. And by the way, this person is very sincere, quote unquote, sincere with the Jamaat, giving a lot of chanda. His family is very dedicated, etc. But as you said, just because of having some, and by the way, those who will be watching or listening or in the future as well, they must be surprised that how does we know all of that.
So I didn't really catch the question that you were
I
trying.
basically backed your point. When you said
Oh,
that,
okay,
yeah,
okay. So
that as soon as somebody dares to raise a voice against
yes.
the Jamaat or the system,
Hmm.
even he is still part of that religion, but he will be persecuted somehow.
Yes, and I mean, if somebody has a doubt, he can just ask, via you or via somebody else. He can just ask me any question about how the system works. I can even tell how many kinds of amlas do they have, how many kind of shuras do they have. I mean, if somebody has a doubt,
For
he
example,
can just.
look at this one comment. For example, I just showed you one as example.
Mm-hmm.
You see that on the screen?
Yeah, I do see.
Yeah, yeah. So anyhow, Ahmed, I don't want you to, basically, you are not under any obligation to prove to us
Mm-hmm.
that who you are. Obviously, regardless of who you are, you have every right to come in the future as well and to speak your heart. Before you leave, Ahmed, if you want to say something.
No, thank you very much for giving me so much time and letting me speak my heart. And I would, as you have just shown in the last comment, I would just say that to these people and every other people, especially the Ahmadis, please come up and also speak up your mind. You don't have to agree with Imtiaz by or Adnan by or anyone else, but please come up and speak your mind. Let's have a discussion. Let's talk. We will decide later who is fake and who is genuine, but everybody has doubts in their minds. Let's come up and speak. And I think this platform is really really good in terms of giving the respect to the guest and giving the time, especially, and I really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ahmed. Thank you very much, and you're more than welcome in the future as well. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, Abbas, you are back now.
And
But
as well,
Adnan,
seek your
Yes,
permission.
brother. Assalamu alaikum once again.
Adnan bhai, before you leave, maybe Abbas bhai wants to say something to you.
Yes, brother Adnan. Assalamu alaikum. How are you?
Walaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm fine, thank
You
you.
don't remember me, huh?
I can't see you, so I
I
can't
think it's
remember.
been almost a year since we last spoke. I believe on WhatsApp. My last message to you was on November 23rd, the ex Shia, if you remember.
Oh, yes, I
Maybe if you
remember.
don't, but it doesn't matter. But my dear brother, how are you?
I'm good, alhamdulillah. Jazakallah khairan, thank you.
Alhamdulillah, you guys have been doing a wonderful job for the whole past year, guiding our brothers in humanity. And like I mentioned last time, and I'll remind you again, my dear brother, when are you going to start this and the same way to do it with the Shia as well?
Inshallah, when Allah permits, eventually it will happen. We want to do content. We have already been doing it for a long time, but in the middle, Qadianis came up, and our attention was completely put towards them. But inshallah, when Allah permits, the dawah continues to whoever. We are already doing dawah to Christians, we're doing dawah to the Jews, we're doing dawah to atheists. So why not to our Shia brothers and sisters who are very, very dear to us?
Yes,
Absolutely.
inshallah, brother. like I've mentioned many times, I've been watching you for a very long time. There was many years ago when you used to do the dawah to Shias on Speaker's Corner, and you used to speak to people who had no knowledge. So at that time, I used to get very upset. I used to get angry. I used to be like, why is this brother targeting or choosing people to talk to who don't even know how to recite one page from the Quran? And there's this video where you and Muhammad Hijab, brother Hijab, you're speaking to these two brothers, and you're saying, okay, look, if we're going to have a debate, these are the rules. At least you have to recite one surah or one page of the Quran in Arabic with tajweed, and you have to have some knowledge of the hadith. And they're like, they just refuse. And then I was like, why don't you target, or why don't you approach the Molanas or sheikhs? And then I realized, man, like, we don't have any leg to stand upon. So how are we going to debate or defend anything, right? Because when we look at the actions of the imams that we claim to follow, their actions goes against the Shia school of thought, right? So and
Yes.
many times you have brought this same arguments when debating or talking to people. When you talk about, for example, Hassan's actions with Muawiyah, then how can Muawiyah be a munafiq and all that, right? And Alhamdulillah, I'm sure you have guided many people through that. Allah guides, but He used you as a way. Alhamdulillah, even my father, before passing, many months before passing away, he accepted the truth. So please, brother, just carry on, and
Allah,
inshallah, maybe you can start something similar to how you have been doing these debates with the Ahmadis. Maybe you can start
inshallah.
that with the Shia as well, inshallah.
Inshallah, definitely with Abbas. Pray for us, inshallah.
Yes, inshallah, I will, brother. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'll take your leave now.
Jazakallah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Adnan bhai, if you want to leave, inshallah, you can give your last words. Inshallah, you can leave, bhai.
Thank you so much. And I'm already in bed. I'm speaking from my bed. So my eyes are closing. So inshallah, I will be back in the next stream. May Allah bless you. Imtiaz bhai, continue as long as you not want. And everyone, please pray for me. Make dua for me. May Allah protect us and Allah save us. Inshallah. Ameen. Ya Rab.
Jazakallah khair. Jazakallah khair, Ustad. May Allah protect you as well, and may Allah accept all your efforts you are doing for Allah's deen. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make them sadaqah jariyah after we leave this world. And as this brother Abbas said, inshallah, there are many people like him, many brothers and sisters like him, whom Allah has guided, alhamdulillah, through your dawah. May Allah accept it, brother Adnan.
Ameen. Jazakumullah khair. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa
Wa
barakatuh.
alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Okay, Umar, if you want to say any last words before we end.
No, I would just like to reiterate what Ahmad said, that all the common Ahmadis are welcome, because as we saw from the officials or the clerics, they're not genuine people. Afat Islam was insulting Adnan in the backstage, and that's why I think Brother Adnan was justified to say that he should not bring him on. And I know, Brother Imtiaz, you wanted to demonstrate to Declan, but maybe you can just give him the last stream and he can watch that. But yes, I think genuine people are always welcome. If you're not genuine, you just want to call people liars, please make your stream and call Imtiaz liars and Adnan liars. It's up to you. You can do that on your streams, but you on your streams you try to act very nice, and you come on our streams and throw these insults and just want to basically sour the mood, and we will not entertain that going forward. We just want genuine people, and if you want, you have to apologize for whatever insults you did before. You're always welcome. We're still open for any discussion anytime. You can invite Brother Imtiaz without making any conditions to do takfir of the whole ummah, and he will come, inshallah. He is ready anytime.
Thank you, Umar bhai. Jazakallah khair. And inshallah, let me share my last few words, and then inshallah we end. Okay, alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillahi wa salatu wa salamu ala rasulillahi amma ba'd. Once again, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. So let's end with these few points. Point number 1. We have presented today with references, with evidence, that what is the narrative of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani regarding Sayyida Maryam Salamun alayha. Now, obviously, these Qadiani clerics, these Murabbis, as usual, they want to do their own monologues in which they want to give this impression that as though as they are responding to our arguments. Okay, we have mentioned many points, many things. Okay, there are three things I will end with. If you are trying to give this impression, we want to see the evidence for these 3 points. Point number 1, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani said that this was the historical mistake of Muslims to believe that Maryam alayhi salam did not marry, and then he corrected this mistake, right? We want to see the evidence from Quran and from Sunnah, which establishes this quote unquote belief that Maryam alayhi salam did marry with Joseph the carpenter. We have given you, and you can watch that part, Mr. Razi and rest of the Murabbis. We have given you our reasons from the Quran that why this entire narrative of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani regarding the marriage of Maryam alayhi salam, it is anti-Quran. Because I know they're gonna give this same deception that look, if Quran has not mentioned something, you can quote that from other sources. Hello, mister, you are not addressing the actual point. It is not something which Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is quoting from the Christian authentic source, i.e., their Bible, because Mirza Ghulam Qadiani has rejected their Bible and the biblical narrative, and he went on unknown Jewish sources which he did not even name. We want to see those sources so we can verify the truthfulness of his claim, because there's no evidence he has presented that which book, which authentic history he was quoting from. Next thing is, we have presented clear evidence in black and white in which Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is conceding, admitting, and acknowledging that this nikah between Joseph and Maryam, it was against the law of Allah, it was haram, it was unlawful. We presented that. Now we want to see evidence from your side in which Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is saying that this nikah was according to the law of Allah, it was halal, it was permissible. He never said that. What he did is he conceded that nikah was haram, and then he tried to give justification that family was forced because of the circumstances, because Nauzubillah Maryam was pregnant and they wanted to hide the pregnancy. This is the entire defense he has taken to justify this nikah, which he himself is declaring as a haram nikah. So as Adnan Rashid Bhai raised the question, that how would you justify the children which came out of this marriage which was haram to begin with? You need to address this, all of these implications which you are not addressing. Okay, now we are waiting for your response. We can give you loads of questions, but I want to see response for these 2 questions which I have just mentioned. Up till next week, jazakumullah khair everyone. Thank you very much. To all the common Ahmadis, keep watching. If you have any question, reach out to us. You can reach out to our email address. You can come on our live streams, and you don't need to reveal your identity. We are always here to help you to see the truth, or at least to present to you the evidence. After that, it's your choice. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept these little efforts. May Allah forgive our shortcomings. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bring every single Ahmadi back to the fold of Islam. Thank you very much. And assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.